Hello everyone. So basically I am the person behind this course. So let's see quick introduction about me. So basically I am a security researcher and I am pursuing computer science the integrated dual degree BTech and MTech in an ATH. Okay. So basically I have been acknowledged by a lot of organizations like Google, Ola, United Nations, Mathworks, ClickUp and lot more organizations. Till now, I have conducted workshops and talks regarding bug bounty, and I have these 100 plus students till now online. Okay, and they are all doing good. So you can see my write-ups at Medium, and you can connect me via LinkedIn. So thank you so much. So this is my first course on Udemy. So hoping for the best. So thank you so much. Hello everyone, welcome to the course. So we will go through the topics we will cover in this course. Okay, the course is basically master the cross-site scripting, and you all know cross-site scripting is one of the important vulnerability in bug bounty. Okay, so we will go deeper in this course related to cross-site scripting. So basically the course start with the beginning with cross-site scripting, what is cross-site scripting, and then I will cover some basic JavaScript you need to know for cross-site scripting as it deals with the JavaScript payloads. Okay, so that's why it is important to know about JavaScript basics. Okay, then here comes the type of cross-site scripting: reflected, stored, and DOM. Okay, so we will see the manual things. Okay, with the automation on the labs as well as real targets. Okay, after then here's come the account takeover part for XSS. As you know, the high impact for any cross-site scripting is account takeover. So for understanding account takeover, you need to know about the fundamentals like cookies, session, and local storage. Then we will see cookie session hijacking, okay, and building for that, and payload are different for different scenarios, so we will cover that thing also. And then after there are some conditions for account takeover. Account takeover is not possible in every case, so you need to know about the condition as well, so we will cover that also. Then here come the bypassing cross-site scripting restrictions. So there are some ways to bypass cross-site scripting restrictions like encoding, and sandbox is one of the prevention technique nowadays company using a lot. So we will see the sandbox bypass also. Then bypassing company fixes. Okay, so basically if the company has fixes your vulnerability, we have still able to bypass that. Okay, so there may be chances or there may be some out of box thing you can do. Okay, so we will see that thing also. Okay, so other than account takeover, there are more attacks that can be possible to cross-site scripting. So that's our like keystroke hijacking attack, where you're able to hijack victim keystrokes. Then here comes open redirection and content manipulation. Okay, so here are some attacks. I will cover that with the payloads as well. Okay, now here comes the one of the interesting part of the course, that is chaining cross-site scripting with other vulnerabilities. So cross-site scripting is not limited. It can be chained with other vulnerabilities like file upload, subdomain takeover, common vulnerability exploit, and vulnerabilities like IDOR. So you can chain with other vulnerabilities as well. Okay, so we will see the case where a lot of people faces the issue like the issue of self XSS, which is basically no impact XSS. If you still find a valid XSS, but if it's a self XSS, then there is like chance where you are not able to get any bounty. So that's why you need to know like whether there is any case like if it's converted to some impactful XSS or not. So we will see the case like self XSS can be converted to reflected, and can account taker be possible via self. So we will see that thing. Then at the very end we will cover the reconnaissance process for cross-site scripting with the tools I have mentioned. Okay, and at the end I will cover the blind XSS part. Okay, so thank you, see you in the course. Hello everyone. So let's get started with our very first topic, which is cross-site scripting. So, so what is cross-site scripting? So cross-site scripting is nothing but it's a injection. Okay, so it's a kind of injection where, like, suppose here is an attacker, and attacker injects some payload to application. Okay, so what happened actually using this payload, attacker is able to get victim details. Okay, the details include cookie session or maybe local storage details. Okay, okay, or may be able to manipulate the website content, or may be able to hijack the keystrokes. There can be many things. So basically it's a kind of injection. Okay, so what happens actually, the payload which attacker have, you can say, the input into the application is actually trusted by the application or actually trusted by the browser itself. Okay, so that's why it's allowing the payload to run in the application. Okay, so technically the payload can be entered into the input parameter, or it may be URL, it may be body, or it may be any header. So let me tell you in brief. Let me show how a sample request look like. So basically a sample request contains firstly the request method may be get, okay, maybe post, or maybe something else method. Okay, and here contains the URL parts. So suppose it's a any directory. Okay, and here HTTP version. So below are the headers, suppose post, refer, cookie, etc., and below is the body part. So here is a sample request. Okay, so how a sample request looks like. So technically the payload can be entered in any of these part. Okay, suppose attacker has entered the payload in the URL part itself, or the any header in cookie, or any body part. Mostly the URL part and the body are targeted. Mostly the URL and body are targeted, because the URL part mostly gives us reflected XSS results, and the body uh, sometimes gives stored XSS results. So we will see this in part wise, like in reflected and stored one. Okay, I'm just telling you an idea. Okay, so why it is called why it is called cross site. Okay, so why can't we say like simple scripting, JavaScript scripting, like JavaScript, or you can say simple JavaScript injection? Why we are technically saying cross-site? Because uh, let me show you with example. Suppose here is the target, okay, and here is the attacker. Okay, here is the attacker. Suppose attacker has entered some payload and the payload is executing successfully. Okay, now what happens actually, if attacker wants to hijack some victim account or hijack some like victim details, okay, so he or she needs to like send it to some other server like attacker.com. Okay, so it means the both the target are different. Okay, so that's why we called it cross-site, because we are sending details from one target to another according to like browser policies. This thing, like sending some details from uh, origin origin host or origin target or origin server to some other third-party server is called cross-site data transfer. Okay, so that's why we called it cross-site scripting. Okay, so S- sending data from the target to the attacker.com contains some policies like same origin policies. Okay, so you can like read from articles about it. Okay, so like there are like three type of same site policies, like non, or lax, or strict. Okay, actually we will see it in the securing part. Okay, actually it is like related to the securing and prevention, or preventing the cross-site scripting attacks. Okay, so basically sending data from origin server to third party server involves the like involvement of same origin policies. Okay, so that's the thing. Okay, so let's see the scenario how an attacker like attacks or targets victims in an application. Suppose this is the application. Okay, suppose this is the application, and here is the attacker, and suppose attacker injects a payload. Okay, so perform injection. Okay, so suppose in some input parameter the payload attacker has entered. Okay, now what happened, this payload has ability to hijack the cookies and session. Okay, now what happens, suppose there is a victim. Okay, from lot of other users. Okay, suppose one of user, say a victim, now entered a website. Okay, now what happens, the payload also like run on victim side as well. Now what happens actually, the payload is able to hijack victim cookies. Okay, like payload hijack victim cookies and send to attacker. Okay, so technically it send details to attacker.com or suppose any attacker server. Okay, so actually if you see, so the injection is performing on client side. Okay, so like it is just affecting the client side of browser. Okay, not the server side. So that's why we also call cross-site scripting as client-side injection. Okay, so it doesn't affecting server side. Okay, so the example of server-side injection are SQL injection because it is affecting server, it is affecting database. Okay, but the cross-site scripting is just affecting the browser itself, the client-side part. Okay, so that's the thing. So um, actually, you may question like how is it is able to hijack cookies and sessions. So we'll see this in count takeover part. Okay, after the reflected stored and the DOM XSS, where we will see how an attacker can perform account takeover. Okay, so we will see that thing. Okay, so not an issue. Thank you. Hi there, welcome to the second part of the video. So here we will see some basic JavaScript you need to know for the course. Okay, so the more JavaScript I will cover in the account takeover part where we will learn about cookies, session and all, and cookies, session hijacking and all. Okay, so but in this video I will cover some basic JavaScript you need to know. Okay, so for this I am just making a simple HTML document. Okay, so let's give a heading of Master XSS. Okay, so now where company uses JavaScript code, so basically it is used in body part. Okay, so I'm making a script tag. Okay, so let's type some a very simple thing. Okay, so let's name as, okay, variable one as a test one variable, or let me enter something. So here is the second part with some basic JavaScript. Okay, and consoling as a output, so printing output. Okay, so I am printing this variable, so I am just declare the variable as a test. Okay, and I have input some string here, and I'm consoling or printing the output in the console. Okay, other thing you can do, there are other type of variable like one is var and other are like let and const. Okay, constant means if you want to declare a constant variable, then you can use const. So let's see with var this time. Okay, now going live. Okay, so here is the sample HTML, and here you can see the output in the console. So basically console is provided by a browser and it is a developer tool. Okay, so it is basically an interface you can interact with your browser. Okay, with the application, and here you can directly use a JavaScript command as well. You can type short snippets of JavaScript. Okay, so we will see later, so let's understand. So here I have like console the output. Other thing, you can do some mathematical calculation as well. Suppose I have declared a constant variable a equal to, suppose, 23, and other variable. Okay, so if I declare constant variable, then its value will always be constant. I can't update it, so I am declaring as a var and declaring other variable. Okay, so you can declare in one line as well. So for this time I am declaring different lines of code. Okay, suppose now you want to calculate the sum, then you can just directly uh, console their sum, or you can like store it in another variable. Okay, so let's console it a, b and c. I'm printing all the three variables now. Okay, so I have already like make server live, so we can directly go to the browser. Okay, so here you can see the output. Okay, so you can directly do in console as well. Suppose, okay, so here you can directly do the sum. Okay, suppose I want to deduct something, suppose 63 minus 45, then you can also do in console as well. Okay, so one of the thing the people mostly do are the pop-up thing like alert, so you can also do that. Okay, suppose I want to alert something, suppose here is the pop-up, so you can do, and for the output you can see here, we can see the output here with the pop-up. Okay, so another things are like, okay, so one thing I want to tell you is people usually use alert payloads in their like XSS payload list or some other cheat sheet. Okay, so they usually use alert prompt or prompt. So I have a question for you, like is alert prompt or like other kind of pop-up payload is responsible for any kind of uh, impact on victim? So actually alert pop-up and print are usually for the visualization, actual impact is done by another payloads. Okay, so we will see that in the account recover part. Okay, so these are just for the visual representation. Okay, so that it is visible, if the pop-up comes then the developer or the company can easily recognize the actual like the bug is running. Okay, your bug is like active. So let's the prompt and let use print as well. Okay, okay, so printing the output. Okay, so you can check out with this one also. Okay, so here the prompt is working, alert is already working, and here is the print one. Okay, so you can directly do the things with the console as well. So if I want to alert something, then you can do alert as well. Okay, suppose I want to alert document or domain. So under document object, I want to like console and output with the domain part. Domain means this, the domain part of the URL. Okay, so as you can see, even you can do, do with other one, other tags also. Suppose prompt one. Okay, here the prompt. Okay, so you can do with prompt as well. Okay, even even you can declare variables also. Suppose I want to declare a variable. Okay, test2. Okay, with some value. Suppose this is second variable. Okay, so I have already declared variable. If I want to get the details about variable, then you can just output the test2 thing. Okay, and if I want to allow the test2, then you can see it is working. Okay, so here is some basic javascript, you can try at your end as well. Okay, so one thing, so if you notice one thing, so I have written javascript in the script tag. Okay, so this is one way of like coding javascript. So this is also known as client side javascript. Okay, in the front end back end system. Okay, so this is basically called client side javascript. Okay, so this is the one way. Second way the mostly company uses is the content delivery network. Okay, you may ask, like company hasn't coded any javascript on the client side, so this is the one way. Okay, you might find another way as well. So what I have done for now, like I have written client side javascript code, like I am writing the code myself in the client side. But another way is like accessing javascript remotely. Okay, via CDN. It is also known as content delivery network. Content delivery network. So how it work usually? So what company does actually? So they actually store their JavaScript, the static JavaScript code in some storage service. Suppose they have stored their JavaScript on some of their S3 bucket. Okay, So how they are storing? So there will be like s3 bucket link, s3 bucket link dot aws.com with some zone, suppose US West 2, or okay. So you don't need to worry about it. So I am just telling you with an example. Okay, suppose they are storing some part of code, support main.js in some storage link. Now how can they access? So what they does actually, so they use is actually source attribute and give link here. Okay, so we can also do that. Okay, so I am just showing you how company do that thing also, because there are not a single script code they are using. They are using multiple code. If you observe in any website, there are some front end code for CSS as well. Suppose they are using jQuery. Suppose they are using some other frameworks. So they need to use content delivery network. So how can they use? So they use is basically code with the source attribute and give link. So JS link here. So I'm not showing you, but in testing you may see these things. So I am just telling you. Okay, okay. So this is one thing, or some basic JavaScript code I have already shown you. Okay, you can do some mathematical works. Okay, so basically from this you need to know the JavaScript is basically a scripting or programming language. Okay, so which can be used to do some complex things in the website. Okay, even you can modify your HTML, CSS. Okay, so I am showing you with an example. Suppose I declare, if you have done HTML, basic HTML, then you already know about IDs and class. Okay, so you, if you don't know, so you can learn about it from the YouTube, some basic tutorials. Suppose I am declaring a ID with a name, suppose header one. Okay, so you have to give a unique ID name. Now using JavaScript, I can modify the header as well. Okay, so let's write a basic code for it. Suppose I am variable, right, declaring a variable with the, suppose, name edit color, simple variable with a red color. So suppose I want to access this header. So I have already declared some ID. Okay, so how can you access this? So you have to like get the variable, get element by ID, and here you have to put the ID name. Suppose now the header object is in this variable. Okay, so even you can console the variable also. Suppose I am consoling the variable, let's see in the output. Okay, okay, so let's refresh. Let's see if we get, yeah, so we are getting the header object here, and I have already told you. So here you can see the full details of the header. Okay, so here the object details. Okay, so here is the basic attributes of this object. Okay, so we are not going deeper in this. So I am just telling you an idea what JavaScript can do, what are some powers of JavaScript. Okay, so our target is to edit the HTML, okay, or the CSS of HTML. Okay, so let me show you, because we will see these things in DOM XSS. In DOM XSS we usually deal with the DOM elements. Okay, so there you will not understand the code directly, so you need some basic understanding before. So as I am interested in like editing the color, so let's change the color. Okay, so I am interested in blue. I'm interested in blue one. Okay, so as you can see, I have changed the color. Similarly, you can change it to some other color as well as. Okay, so I have changed it to red. So now color should be changed to red. Okay, so we are seeing purpose because every time the page reloads, the alert codes are running. Okay, so I can comment down this code. Okay, for now, or better I can remove it. Okay, you either comment or you can remove it. Okay, so this is the basic JavaScript for editing the color of any tag. Okay, so one thing, the JavaScript just basically access the elements via some like identity like ID or the class. Okay, because class can be related to multiple elements, but ID is related to some definite or some specific element. Okay, suppose now I want to change the inner HTML. Okay, so you will see this in DOM XSS lab also, because there we will see this type of code basically. So if you already know about it, then it will be easy to understand in the tutorial. Suppose the inner HTML is basically this, the content in the tag or content in between the tag. Okay, suppose I want to edit the inner HTML with some other thing. Suppose mm, I am changing it to just master. Okay, so let's see if it is working or not. Okay, so as you can see, the code has been changed. And if you see, I haven't changed the, like, edited or changed the HTML tag manually. I am changing through JavaScript. Okay, so it means using JavaScript we can manipulate the DOM things. Okay, the document object model things. Okay, so this is the power of JavaScript. Okay, so one more thing, the JavaScript can also be executed through tag itself. So you may have seen lots of payloads. They have like some embedded JavaScript in the code, the tag itself. Okay, so let's see with an example. Suppose I declared a normal anchor tag with some link. Suppose I am declaring normal google.com. Okay, so I'm just writing a simple text here. Okay, so I have declared a anchor tag. Okay, so let's see how it's looking. Okay, so as you can see, if I click here, then I will be redirected to google.com. It means that I have successfully declared an anchor tag. Okay, so now if I want to like add some JavaScript here, so how I can do? I am giving an example. Suppose in any target, if you are able to embed this tag, then you can try for embedding the JavaScript in itself. Okay, so how you can do? So I am just adding a event listener on mouse over. So it will be trigger when I hover my mouse pointer to the tag. Okay, for the content of the tag. Okay, so on mouse over is the event listener, and now I have to type the action. What action should it do? So normally people do alerts. Okay, so let's see if it is working. Okay, so when I hover, okay, I am hovering in different places, but it is not triggered. Okay, but whenever I hover the pointer to the anchor tag, it will be triggered. Okay, so that's how you can do. So we have already seen a event listener, how event listener or the JavaScript code can work with tags also. So we can do it with different tags as well. Suppose here I am using a image tag and I am giving a false source. Okay, so actually in real time the source is the actual link where your image is embedded. Okay, so you can give the actual link of the image and the image will be loaded. But for now, to execute the JavaScript or to execute the event listener, I am giving a false source, which is actually a false positive source. Okay, so what happens actually, if image source not find a source, then it will give an error, and here is the event. Okay, whenever image tag will get an error, then the event is triggered and our our code will execute. Suppose I am giving a, so here you can't give this string code, double string codes, because this is already in alert, so it will give an error. So you have to use this. So image is loading. So let's check out whether it is working or not. So image is loading. Okay. So as you can see, the image is not there actually. Okay. So that's why it is giving an error, and I have written a code like on error. It means on error, or if the image doesn't loads. Okay, even if you give a invalid link, or if the link has expired of the actual image, then still error will be occurred and the event will be executed. So it means a JavaScript can also be executed through HTML tags. Okay, so this is the basic JavaScript. Okay, so we will go for more JavaScript things. Okay, in the account takeover part, I have already told you where we will see the cookie session things. Okay, so for now the cookie session things I will keeping on hold. Okay, then there we will see how we can grab cookies and session and some local storage. So we have to understand some more things also, some developer tools things also. Okay, So I will cover in that part. Okay, for now I have already told the basic JavaScript, so you can go for more tutorials on YouTube and you can brush up your JavaScript skills and more. Okay, so this is the basic JavaScript. Okay, so I have not like discuss about more things like more data types or more things like functions and all. Okay, if else statement and all. So you can go to JavaScript tutorials and gain gain these topics. Okay, you can learn these topics on the internet. Okay, because this is not a JavaScript tutorial, so here I am just talking about some basic JavaScript because the cross-site scripting is like related to the JavaScript itself. Okay, every payload has a like some kind of uh, you can say event listener, some function thing, some more things. Okay, so you can do or you can learn from tutorials. Hi there, hello everyone. So let's discuss the type of cross-site scripting attacks, types of XSS. So the first one is the reflected XSS one. The second one is stored cross-site scripting, and the third one is DOM XSS. So in this video, we are discussing the reflected XSS itself. Okay, all right. So reflected XSS, also known as non-persistent XSS, non-persistent XSS. So basically, what happens actually? So the attacker injects the payload in the URL itself. So actually, what happens? So in an HTTP request, the attacker injects payload in URL itself. Suppose the URL is www.target.com with some parameter, suppose test, and here attacker have injected the payload like script alert. Okay, and the script closing tab. Okay, so what happens actually? The application treats or process the value of this tag in an unsafe way, and it is reflected in the response. Okay, so it is basically reflecting in the response without any filter or without any prevention. So what happens actually, the payload just got execute and the payload has the ability to again hijacks the victim details. Okay, so now it depends on the scenario which details we are able to hijack or not. Okay, and also it is called non-persistent because it is not stored in the database. So whenever you send the link to the victim, then it works. Okay, so it just doesn't store permanently in the target. Okay, so let's see the scenario how it works basically. So all right, so suppose here is the target link. Okay, so I will also show you in a live lab also. Okay, but firstly understand how it works. Okay, suppose there is a parameter called error. Okay, and in an error you have injected some text, suppose test 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so what happens actually, this value just got reflected somewhere in the HTML document or HTML DOM. Okay, suppose it is reflecting in the h1 tag itself. H1 tag itself, the value you are entering just reflecting somewhere. Okay, I am just taking a scenario, an example. There may be different possible scenarios and maybe more complex cases. Okay, and what happens actually, you just observe the value is just reflecting somewhere and you just think of entering some different thing like a malicious thing like payload. Okay, now you just have edited the payload to some more complex thing like a JavaScript payload. Okay, now you can see the payload is reflecting. Okay, then you have to check whether it is working or not. Okay, so you can try with different cases as well. Okay, so here is the basic case of reflected XSS. So it may be possible with other parameter as well, you have to observe from your end. Okay, so let's see the scenario what actually happens. So here is the attacker. So as an attacker we just find a reflected XSS, suppose www.target.com. Okay, and here attacker injects a payload in some parameter, suppose test is the parameter, and here attackers build a payload. Okay, suppose here is the payload. Okay, so I have already told about this payload and alert document dot cookies. Okay, so we will see this in real practice also. So what happens actually, and this becomes a payload itself of infected XSS. Now what happens actually is attacker send this to some victim. Okay, so here is the victim. So whenever victim processes this payload, it got triggered, and again the details are sent to attacker. Details are sent to attacker. So this is how it works. Okay, so I have prepared bit little code myself. Okay, so here is the previous code we are learning in the javascript, basic javascript thing. Okay, so I have written some manual code from my side. Okay, so here is the piece of code. Okay, so what I am actually doing, I am getting the header element from this code. Okay, so I am getting the header object. Okay, now what I am doing actually, so the value of the test parameter. Okay, so you can read here, the value of test parameter from the URL. Okay, is saved to the variable. Okay, it means the eh, basically the test object is saved to the parameter, and I have applied a simple if statement. If param has not having any value, then the text will be the same. Okay, the master the XSS, otherwise it is updated with the test value. So let's see what I am telling in the real practice. So here is the lab. Okay, let's see with console itself. Okay, so the output here console is showing is the previous output of this thing I have discussing in the tutorial. So let's see. So what actually happening here, so whenever I enter some value here, so it got reflected in this. Okay, so I have like set of from my side, like it will reflect here. Okay, like if we edit some value with params, okay, then it will be added as inner HTML in the header part. Okay, so reflected name itself suggests the something is reflecting in the response. Okay, so it tests for the test parameter. Otherwise, if I update the parameter, like if I change the parameter, like I have just set for the test parameter. If I change the parameter, then it will not work. Okay, so it is just working for the test parameter. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now again you have to just inject some payload here so that it will reflect here and run. Okay, so before testing the payload, you can just check for some basic thing, like let's check if is script is image tag working. Okay, you can check with other tags as well. Okay, so as you can see, the image tag is working. Okay, now as I already told you, and I have even commented here. Okay, so you can build a payload with image tag itself. Okay, so let's try with this. So I have to just apply a event listener. Okay, document dot comment. So it is working. Okay, so this is how reflected exercise works. Now I can send this link to victim as well, and it will works. So however, I have built this locally, so it is working locally. Okay, so I hope you understand the basic reflected exercise through lab I have built from my own side. Okay, so let's now go for a live target. Okay, so I have taken my college website as a real target for one of the case. Okay, so let's go for it. Okay, so I am just putting random credentials. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I have already worked on it, and I already know the observation. So you have to do things from your own side. Okay, so the basic observation you can see here. So you can stop video for 10 seconds and observe, like if you see anything here. Okay, you can stop the video for 10 seconds and observe. Okay, if you see any kind of observation here. Okay, so as you can see, the URL parameter message value is just directly reflecting here. Okay, it means if something from the URL parameter value is reflecting directly in the response, then one thing should come in your mind, that's the deflected XSS. Okay, but before directly going for reflected XSS, you can try for some other things as well. Suppose for just some different area of interest, you can try to embed some different HTML tags. Okay, sometime sometime in lot other cases, like sometime the cross-site scripting tags are often like blocked or secured, then you can often try for HTML injection as well. So I am covering that thing also. So I click here and let's see. Okay, so as you can see, it is working here. Okay, the tag I have just injected in the URL parameter value is directly reflecting in the response itself in the main login page, and here it is working. You can see below. If I click here, I think I will be redirected to bing.com. Okay, you can try with other tag as well, like iframe. Okay, so you have to give the source, so you can use this as your practice. Okay, for your practicing, as you can see, the iframe tag is also working here. Okay, okay, so let's try to inject some JavaScript here. So there are more cases with reflected XSS. So I am showing you the basic and easy case. Okay, we will see the string escaping cases also, which are I think little bit complex and okay. Okay, so it is working fine. Okay, so even if you want to test for some other things, so you can also write for other commands as well. Okay, you already know the JavaScript is working. You can also check for like other things also, like consoling something, like checking XSS. Let's see if it is working. So it is working. Okay, so what an attacker can actually do, what are the actual impacts, we will see in account over takeover part. Okay, so this is not the actual impacts. The JavaScript is working. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so alerting the, like, people just make an alert and just report to the program, so it is not sufficient and it is very insufficient. Okay, alerting thing is just a visualization or visual representation of any payload, but the actual impact of payload is the impact you are going to make with the victim. Okay, so we will see in the count takeover part. Okay, not for now. Okay, like what we can do here. Okay, at this stage with the victim, so we will see. So I think you understand how a reflected XSS basically looks like and how it works. So let's see more. So let's see a different case scenario here. Okay, so as you can see in the URL, there is nothing, or there is no kind of parameter here. Okay, so I can test for, but here are some input parameters. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, let's input some different parameters here. Okay, and let's see. Okay, but now here is the case where you can see the now parameters are reflecting in the URL. Okay, but nowhere else in the response. But here you can see here the parameters are reflecting here itself. Okay, so now what you have to do, like in the previous, it is easy to understand. Okay, like previously it was easy to observe, like the parameter value is reflecting. Okay, here is different case, the input parameter is reflecting. Okay, like not reflecting somewhere but reflecting in the parameter part itself. Okay, now what you have to do, you have to just inspect. Okay, now you can do automatic inspect. Yeah, so here is one thing you can see, the parameter value is reflecting in the input tag. Okay, in the value, like parameter value is the parameter and the value of value parameter is here. Okay, now like if I try to inject some basic payload here, like I am trying to inject a very basic payload. Let's see if it is work or not. Okay, so it is not working, so let's see. So but as you can see, it is reflecting in the string. And keep one thing in mind, nothing will be processed in string, like everything will be considered as a string. It is not considered as a payload or any other thing. Like if I try to input any HTML tag, suppose I am injecting a HTML tag. So let's try to search. Okay, now again, so again it is reflecting on a string but not executing. Okay, but one thing you have to see, or you have to do now, you have to escape or try to escape this string. Okay, so let me firstly escape the string, and then I will like explain how we are able to escape the string and all. Okay, like you have to inject a payload in such a way that the payload balances the input tag and your payload just got executed separately. So it means you have to balance the string itself. So like you have to balance the string, so you can enter any random thing here. Okay, now balancing the string itself now. Okay, I will explain it separately as well. Okay, if you are understanding at this point, then it's good. Then I will also explain separately in the paint. Okay, so you have to balance the string. Like whenever this part entered here, it will balance the string, and now the leftover part you can try to inject your script. Like this is a basic step you have to do. Okay, let's see if it is executing or not. So it is not executing in this case also, because we have not balanced the string properly. As you can see here, this part is balanced. As you can see, this part is balanced, but also the script tag is separated, but still the, you can say, the suffix part, okay, is still not balanced. Okay, so now again building a payload, now again adding some random text. Okay, the first is balanced. Now we have to balance the last one also. Okay, so for this we are using string and some random text. Let's see now, still there is something. Okay, so we have to check. Okay, so still it is not working because we haven't closed the input tag. Okay, so don't be confused at this point. Okay, I will explain separately. Okay, so this will balance the string and this will close the input tag. Okay, now the input tag will be closed and I have to now enter the payload. Okay, now I can easily inject the payload. Okay, one more thing, try to execute document or domain every time, not alert. I will explain you why. And firstly, let us understand this. Okay, okay, so at this point we have balanced the string, and here is the closing tag which will close the input tag, and here our payload executes separately, and it will work fine. But for more better payload you can balance the prefix part also. Okay, the string as well, but let's see if it is working. Okay, now try to reload again. Okay, so I haven't closed the script tag, so let's see. Okay, so it is working because I haven't closed the script tag. Okay, so actually how it works, so let me come to very basic. So let's remove all of this. Okay, now just enter some test value. Okay, okay, so what was actually happening before, so it was like reflecting. Let me copy this and come to the paint. Okay, so here was the scenario what we have to do actually. So let me choose the pen pointer. Okay, so our value was reflecting here. Okay, suppose before I was entering test 1 2 3 4 5. So before I was entering here that it's a sample value. Now like if you have to inject some tag, okay, like a very basic script tag, alert one and closing script tag. Now if you enter here, then it will be considered a string and not be executed. So you have to separate this tag from this input tag. So how we can do, so let's just consider this value. Suppose here is the input tag with some other attributes. So here is the understanding part. Okay, so what you have to do actually, you have to firstly balance this string. So if you see it carefully, what I have done actually, so let's see in this way. Okay, so I am making a payload, like I have already entered some random text and I am just putting a string before in the payload. As you can see, I just entered the payload like this, like some random text. Suppose here is text, closing tag, then script, alert, then script closing tag. So how it works actually? So the string balances the text and string balances the value. Okay. So here is the payload. So let me choose the red one for the payload. Okay. So here is the payload, basically the starting part of payload. So this will balance the string. Now I am adding a closing tag. Okay, as here I mentioned, I am adding a closing tag. Now what happens actually? It balances the input tag. Now input tag is balanced. Now whatever value I will add after will be considered a payload. So anything I can enter then. Like I have entered script tag here. You can try with another as well. Okay, alert one closing script. Okay, so that's why this payload got separated, or this is also known as string escaping. Okay, or HTML tag escaping. Okay, so if you didn't understand, let me explain again. So here was the case. Okay, our value was reflecting inside some parameter value. Now how to escape? You have to firstly check the string codes. If it is double quote, then you have to use double quote for escaping. If it is single quote, then you have to use single quote. Okay, so don't just directly choose payload from XSS cheat sheet. So understand manually and you can escape manually as well. Okay, so even you can directly use this payload as well. Okay, so for better understanding, I have used a random text, but you can also use this. Okay, closing script. Okay, so again this will balance the value. String quotes will balance the string. Tag will balance the input tag. Now input tag is complete. Okay, now you can enter your payload. I think you understand. So let's see again. Okay, so here I just added some random text. Okay, and let's search again. You have to inspect. Actually you can't do randomly or blindly. You have to actually first analyze how it is reflecting. Again, go for the reflected part. Again it is reflecting here. Now what I will do, I have to like maintain the rules. I can't break the rules, so I have to balance the string. Okay, so string is already there, so I will just use a double quote. Okay, and double quote again will balance the string. Now I am using closing tag. This will complete the input tag again. Okay, now I can use anything. Like before I was using script tag, you can use image tag as well. Again, alert document dot domain. Okay, now the thing I was discussing before, like you have to use document dot domain every time instead of, like you have to use document dot domain. Like in alert, try to use every time document dot domain, not alert one. The main reason behind is because document dot domain directly gives you the domain where the payload is triggering. Okay, the affected domain. Sometime what happens actually nowadays, what is happening, I have analyzed a lot. Okay, the payload sometime like embedded in some other domain which is sandbox, and the domain is out of scope. So the document or domain will tell you the domain and you can check whether it is in scope or out of scope. So firstly let's check whether it is working or not. So it is working and you can see the domain is same as the target domain. So like it is working fine and we are in scope. Okay, so always try to use document or domain for checking the scope of the payload where the payload is running. So let's see. how payload got executed. Yeah, most of you will like see here the size thing will separate it. That's because before the size part is like after the payload. Like again, let me explain you with the payload. So I have added random text with string quotes and closing tag. So here the string has balanced the string itself and closing tag have completed the input tag. Now the payload after the closing tag have separated from the input tag and got executed separately. So that's how you can escape the strings. Okay, hope you understand the thing. Okay, so let's now observe the same things using Burp Suite. Okay, so those who are beginner to the course, okay, don't know anything about Burp Suite. So it is basically a proxifying tool. You can manipulate the request, you can edit the request. Okay, so you can see more Burp Suite tutorials on the YouTube. Okay, but for now you can see this and try to understand. Okay, so those who are intermediates, so they already know. Okay, so I am not explaining about website. Okay, so but but you will understand easily. Okay, so let's see. So previously I haven't used website. I am just directly doing observation and directly doing things. Okay, so let's say using website. Okay, so now what you can do, just intercept the request. Okay, so what you can do, send to repeater. Okay, so using repeater you can again make a request to the target again and again. You can manipulate the request. Okay, so it is also used for backupping the request. Okay, so let's send the request. Okay, now how can you check for reflected parameter? Just the value you have entered in the parameter value, you can just send the request and you will get a response. Now in response, check where the value is reflecting and how. Okay, so it is reflecting in just one space. Okay, so you can see here in between the div tag. Okay, now you can enter or you can try to enter the payload here. Okay, so let's try to enter some sample very simple payload. Okay, so I have just entered test. Okay, so it is reflecting here in between. It means the h1 tag is executing. As you can see, it is highlighted. Okay, now you can try to enter payload. Like, okay, one more thing, as you can see here you have to cover the space as well. Okay, so you have to use %20 as a URL encoding for space. Okay, because it will be considered as an error request. Okay, so by default browser does it, but here we have to do it manually. Okay, again try to use document.domain. So here it is clear that it will execute in the target itself, but still you have to use this. Okay, okay, now you have to check for the image tag where it is reflecting. Okay, so you can try to search image tag as well. Okay, okay, that is okay. So there are 5 matches. Okay, so you have to like find where is the payload executed. So try to check for different one. Okay, so here is our payload and it is executing successfully. Okay, so you can like copy URL and check in browser as itself. Okay, so here the payload is working successfully. Okay, phone error. Okay, so even you can modify the payload here as well. Okay, so I think here is some issue, so I have to complete the payload now. Okay, yeah, it is working. So I haven't typed X in the source. Okay, yeah, it is working. Okay, so this is how you can do using burp suite. Okay, so let's check another similar case using burp suite. Okay, now here I just entering some random value in the input parameter, search code, course code, again intercept the request. Okay, so here is the request itself, so send it to repeater. Even you can check in response in running. Okay, so here I have entered test 123. Yeah, so it is reflecting here, as you can see in the input parameter. Okay, so it is working for reflecting fine. So now test using repeater. So as you can see here, the value, any value I enter will be entered or get reflecting in the string. Okay, even I enter any script tag. Okay, so payload should be correct. So in browser we have already seen the payload wasn't working. Okay, even you can just copy the payload here and check in the response. Okay, so you can even check from copy URL thing and try to see if it is working or not. So we already know it will not work because it is reflecting in the string. Okay, and the string doesn't execute, we know. So we have to basically escape the string. Okay, so how we will escape? Firstly you have to balance the string. So you have to balance the string, and the string are in double quotes, so you have to keep double quotes. Okay, now the string is balanced. Okay, if the value is empty, so not an issue, you can give any random text, but okay, let's see for empty value as well. Now you have to close the input tag. So we will complete the input tag. Now we have completed the input tag. Now the input tag is completed. Now we have uh, escaped the string successfully, and now we will inject our code. Okay, so I have already written here. Okay, so let's see. So if you observe here, then the input tag is completed. Okay, so the value is empty because I haven't given any value. You can give any value as well. Suppose I am giving any value, test. Let's send again. As you can see, the value is test is considered as a value in the parameter, and the closing tag will complete the input tag. Okay, then after the script tag I have given is escaped and successfully executed. Okay, and it is remained as such. The another part for the input remained as such. Okay, so one thing you can also do, you can like give comment. Let's see if it is work or not. Yeah, you can also give comment after it. Okay, so the another statement after the payload will be commented, or it will not execute, because sometime it will give errors or some difficulties in payload making. Okay, so the payload is working fine. So let's copy the URL and let's see if it is working or not. Yeah, it is working successfully. So you can try with different payloads as well. I have used script tag. You can use image one. Okay, so you already know how to make. You have to give an image tag with, again here, the for the space you have to give a URL encoded character like %20, and give a false source which will definitely produce an error. Now for error I have made a event listener on error. Okay, and alert will give a normal pop-up. So let's see if it is working. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, the string has balanced, the closing code has closing code has balanced the input, and our payload is executed successfully here. Okay, so using Bubsert makes you more flexible. Okay, and provides you good analysis. So if you practice in Bubsert, you will get a better output. Okay, but if you get more perfect in this, so you can directly do in browser. Okay, so I definitely suggest you to use repeater. Okay, so let's see whether the payload is working or not. Yeah, so it is also working fine. Okay, so I have tested for this parameter, so let's test for this parameter also. Okay, Okay, so let's intercept the request. Again, you can see the another input parameter value is again reflecting in the URL. Now you have to check whether it is working or not. Again, same process, similar process. Yeah, so we find a one match there, and it is again uh, okay. So let me make it more broad. Yeah, again it is reflecting in the input tag, and you have to just already analyze how to escape this type of character, and you can just first balance the string, close the input tag, and okay, so the value should be in string itself. Okay, so you can give any value or you can make it empty as well. So now you just give your payload alert. Okay, alert, or let me give some other thing like console, or you can give print. Okay, let us give another payload now. Just be flexible with different payloads, not just stick to one payload. Okay, test. Okay, let's see if it is working. Okay, so okay, so here are some spelling issue. Yeah, so as you can see, script tag is working fine, and our payload will be definitely executed. And again, I have balanced the input tag. Okay, so let's copy URL. Again, it is working fine, and the payload got executed. Okay, so using burp suite you can do it this way. So let's see more things with burp suite. Okay, so in HTTP or in the proxy part you have HTTP history. Okay, so as we already know, the parameter or payload is entered in the parameters. Okay, so it means the parameters requests are interesting requests, or the you have to focus on that type of request. So what you can do, you can just filter out the param request. So here are all the parameters requests. Okay, now all the requests containing parameters you can separate out and check it manually. Okay, so that's the thing. So let's see some automation using burp suite. So I have already like show you how can you do manual things, okay, using or without using burp suite. Okay, so now let's see how we can do in automated ways. Okay, so like for automation you can use one of the extension which is reflected parameters. Okay, so what it actually does, actually it monitors all the traffic in the proxy as well in spider tools. Okay, so the condition is you have to provide the target in scope first. Okay, so I will show how you can do this. Okay, so what this do actually, so it monitor traffic and see the request with the parameters, whose values are reflecting in the response. Okay, so as you know, for reflected XSS or even in stored XSS, your value should reflect. Okay, your payload should reflect in the response. Okay, so it just observes the text. It if reflecting in the response, then it will logs out the request as shown here. Okay, so I will show you in working also. Okay, so as you know, it is reflecting, it is observable. Okay, but in some cases you can't observe correctly like in this. Okay, like it is not properly observable. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so first thing, the first step you need to do is you have to provide the target in scope. Okay, so you can uh, use this scope setting, and you have to provide the text. Suppose I am using this advanced scope and I have mentioned the target here. Okay, okay, now even you can see they have mentioned already that it will work if you provide the target in scope. Okay, so in proxy, whenever the traffic is like crossing the proxy and you just reloading, and you can see here I was getting error message here, like again I am just trying with random credentials. Okay, I'm giving wrong credentials here, so we already know it is vulnerable to XSS. Okay, so now again, but if you are working in lot of domains at one time and you are not able to observe some URL or something which is reflecting in the response, then this extension will definitely help you to sort it out. Okay, so in reflection parameter, as you can see, it has like logs, it has logs of requests which are having this kind of like reflected thing. Okay, so as here you can see, so it is saying that the some values are reflecting. Okay, so even it logs the parameter value and the reflected value. It means this value is reflecting somewhere. Okay, so the error kind. Okay, so the error was reflecting. Okay, and you can copy this thing and in response you can check. Okay, so here you can see, so it means we can automatically detect these kind of things also. Okay, so you can install this tool. So to install, you can just install here. Okay, you can press install button, the tool will be automatically installed. Okay, so it is very helpful extension. So the further process you all know. Okay, you can just right click and send it to repeater. Okay, now in repeater you can do all the things I have already told you. You can just enter some test value here. Okay, so it is matching. Now you can just enter the payload here. Like I am adding a simple payload. Okay, so this is how you can do. Okay, yeah, so this way you can automatically detect this kind of things. Okay, let's check for another target. Okay, so this one, so as we already know, this was reflecting in the code. Okay, so let's give both parameter different value, and the traffic is already proxyfying. Okay, so you not need to intercept, or you not need to like stop the traffic. It is already going through the proxy. Okay, so if I search, then it is going through the proxy and the extension will automatically detect. Let's see if it has detected or not. Yeah, it has detected. Okay, and it have great analysis. Okay, so the parameter value is this and reflected is this. Okay, even the search, even this is reflecting, even the month thing is also reflecting. Okay, so now what you can do, you can just right click and send to the repeater. Like they are saying the month is also reflecting here. Okay, so I haven't like entered any kind of value in this parameter. Let's see if we are able to execute in the constant value they have set already. Okay, so let's go to the repeater. Okay, so you can see different repeater tags I have already tested. So that recent one or the updated one is this. Okay, so when you send, as the tool has already said the this parameter values are reflecting, so you can like target any of this and check for any of this. So let me first try on the previous one, then we'll see whether we are able to execute on the constant value or not, because this value I haven't set, they are setting this value. So let's see, because you have to check for every possible cases. So let's see. Okay, yeah, so again it was reflecting, and you all know how to perform string escape and all. Okay, so I am not doing it, but I am just checking for this one whether I am able to execute on the constant value itself or not. So let's see how this is reflecting in the code, because I don't know. Okay, so let make it more visible. So it is now reflecting in the option value. Previously, those values are reflecting in the input parameters. So can we bypass this or can we escape this? So let's try this out. Okay. So first observation you have to make the string codes. Firstly, the value is like entered in the string itself. So whenever I try to give any payload like simple alert, so definitely it will be. So let's see. So let's see whether it is reflecting somewhere or not. So I think it is not reflecting. Yeah, so it means this value i- different value is not reflecting, so sometime it is false positive, so that's why. So you have to take care of this thing, because this the parameter is also passing the value and code is also containing the value, so the tool will think the value is reflecting, but it is not the case. Okay, so let me again confirm, test 1 2 3, whether it is reflecting or not. Test. Okay, so it is not reflecting, it means it was a false positive parameter. Okay, so sometime we face false positive also, so that's the thing you have to keep in your mind. Okay, one more thing, the burp suit has active scanner itself also, so it automatically does these kind of things also, like you can try to put it on active scan. Okay, so if I put it on active scan, so it will take some time. Okay, it will take some time and detects payloads and payloads like the string escaping payload itself. Okay, so let's wait and see whether we find something or not. Okay, so after waiting for some time, the automatic scanner has already detected a cross-site scripting issue which is reflected, which we have already find manually. As you can see here, the payload is very same. They have entered a random text and string for balancing the string and for balancing the input tag. Now they have applied the script tag and with some random string. Okay, so it is optional. Okay, so it means the active scanner also works for it. So these were the like second kind of automation which is provided by Bobsuit itself. So they have applied like list of payloads and checking each request. Okay, but I don't recommend you like before you have completed your manual processes, because the target may have rate limit restrictions. Okay, uh, if you like use tools, then they might trigger the rate limit firewall and you will be blocked. Okay, so I will recommend to do the manual things. Okay, okay, so the one more automation thing you can do is to use brute force thing. Okay, like I have already made, yeah. So what you can do, so those who are new to PubSuite, I think you don't know, if you don't know intruder, so it is basically for brute forcing. Okay, so what I can do, I can even try for bigger list of payloads. Okay, I can check this with bigger list of payloads. Okay, sometime some payloads are blocked, like some payload will not work, like scripting. Okay, the script will not working, then maybe other payloads are working. So trying it manually may be time consuming, but you can use a long list of cross-site scripting payloads with the cheat sheets that are available in the GitHub. Okay, so what you have to do, you have to just select the payload or the part where you have to inject your payload. Okay, and here you can give your list of payloads. Okay, so you can find a bigger list of payload in the GitHub. Okay, so let's check whether there are any better cheat sheets or not. Okay, cross-site scripting cheat sheet. Okay, GitHub. So we have a bigger list of payloads here, as you can see here. Okay, so let me copy some of them. Okay, but I again suggest you to do manual thing, because sometime actually this is for those people who are not able to manually escape the strings and just want to rely on brute force. Okay, so these are for those people, but I don't want you to like rely on the brute forcing. I don't suggest you to brute force, but still there is automation way, so I'm just telling you. So you can just paste. Okay, as you can see, we have already pasted the payloads. Okay, for more complex or more cases, you can use bigger cheat sheet list. Okay, so let's start attack. So as you can see, we have completed the attack successfully. So let's check whether they are working or not. To check whether they are working or not, you can even check the length. Okay, but we are getting like a similar kind of length, then you have to check for the response. Okay, like how can you check? Just copy the URL to like to checking for the working. Yeah, so it is working. Okay, so this is another kind of thing you can do. Like it is another So like it will, yeah, so copying the URL, like it will prompt it. Okay, let's see if it is working or not. So it is not working. Okay, because the payload is the kind of string. You can see it means we have given a wrong payload here. This payload is used to prompt it, but it is not working because we are giving it in string. But in some cases this will be considered as a payload. In some cases, like it will act as string escaping. So we will see, and I will also show you that case also, where when this payload is useful. Okay, and in this case it is a false positive because it is not a useful payload. Okay, so let's check for this one, image one. Let's copy URL. Okay, so I have shown you multiple automation things, so it is working. Okay, one automation is Bobsuit itself. It is providing active scanners, so you can do, but I don't suggest you because it might trigger rate limit firewalls and you may face rate limit issues. Another thing is reflected parameter thing, I have already showed you. Okay, and the third one is this, you can brute force with cheat sheets. Okay, and how to find this request I already told you. If you don't know where to find parameterized requests, you can go to proxy, you can go to the HTTP history and just filter out the parameterized request, and you can see here are a lot of third parties. So for the target you can filter out the host and check for the things. Okay, the check for the requests which you maybe are interested in. So there may be another request. Okay, so here you can also see there is some another kind of URL, and you can try for it also. Okay, so you can edit in history, you can have to send to repeater. Let's send, like, this URL I haven't seen before. Okay, in the tutorial, let's check whether it is reflecting. No, it is not reflecting, but the parameter is passing through URL, but it is not reflecting anywhere in the code. It means it is of no use for us. Okay, so that thing you have to keep in mind. All the thing you combine together, and you have to check from your side. Okay, you can check for other things as well, like on click thing, but it's still I think the payload is false positive. Or let's check. Okay, we have sent to repeater. Okay, so on click whether, okay, so this is not working, but the this part is working. SVG on load prompt, it means it will give a prompt. Let's copy URL and go to, yeah, but this part is of no use for us. Okay, so that's why I am saying to rely on manual thing on. Okay, because automation may give you false positives, and already I shown you some positive false positive as. Okay, so I hope you got my point and to understand the reflected XSS now. Okay, so it is again you can see in the tab it is giving more results. Okay, so it is checking with different payloads list. Okay, and the payload is the same, but it is giving different result with the same vulnerability because the different one is also working. Okay, so you can try out these things. Okay, so I will show you one more vulnerability I have found in live target, and it's a little complex and it involves a little more complex balancing, but I will try to understand you, make you understand. Okay, so let me show you. So guys, let me show you one of the case of reflected XSS where we have to escape the string, but it's a little different kind of escaping because the payload is different, and we will see. Okay, so I found it on live target. Okay, so actually the bug is little different because not a parameter value was reflecting. Okay, so let me explain you here. Okay, so actually suppose it was the target. So we have seen the cases where like some parameters value. Okay, Suppose here is 1 dash 2 3 4. Okay, so it was reflecting in the response. Okay, so I have shown you cases of reflected XSS where the values are reflecting, but there may be case not value, the directory itself is reflecting and you can still perform an reflected XSS through directory itself. Okay, like just the directory is reflecting. So like you have to choose like a type of manual approach. Okay, you may automate, but I am showing you a case. Okay, so it was reflecting. Okay, so let's see the video. Let's continue the video. Let's first see the case. So actually it was reflecting this way. Okay, so here is the some variable and equal to the reflected value. Okay, so let me continue. Yeah, so as you can see the value was here, the directory value, and it was reflecting in the code. So it was like, so let me write a sample thing here. Okay, so target.com and some random text. Okay, so in the target the value was reflecting like this in between script tag. Okay, so there are a load of variables, so let me write some variable like test equal to random text. So random text is the just the value it was reflecting like that. So now I have to find a way to bypass this. Okay, like to trigger my payload. So any payload, anything I write here will just directly be written in between the string and it will not be executed. So I have to escape the string. Okay, so let's see how I escaped. Okay, and I will explain you in the paint as well. Let's continue. Okay, so one thing keep in mind here, you can see string is in single quotes. It means for escaping you have to use single quote string. So firstly some random text. Okay, now adding single quote string to balance. Okay, now definitely it will be balanced, but there is a problem after, we will see, because it is different from the case we have seen already, the input tag case. Okay, where the value is reflected in some parameter value and we just balance the string with the closing tag which balance the input tag, then after we enter our payload and the payload just executed. Okay, so as you can see I have written some additional parameter. Okay, add parameter with some string. Okay, I will explain. Okay, so as you can see the string have balance here. Okay, I have to balance both the strings here. Now here I am adding my payload. Yeah, so this was the actual payload. Okay, okay, the same thing I will show you in one of the lab. So let's see if it is working or not. Firstly let's understand it. So it is working. Yeah, okay, so like see this carefully. So actually what I have done here, so actually this is a case where you have to input your text in the place where some value is reflected in the variable. Okay, like we are assigning some value to some variable. Okay, so like I need a payload. Okay, so what I have done, I just let the testing string would be test. Okay, so firstly I have to give a string before because there is a string here and I have to balance the string. Okay, so these are the original string codes. So then I have to give a payload here. So just select the green. Okay, So I have to put a string to balance this. Okay, so now it is balanced. Now here is also a string, okay, remaining as such. So I have to also give a string here. Okay, so now both are balanced. But how can I give a payload separately? So separating string, I can give a alert using additional parameter. Okay, and adding this, so it would be considered a like statement like adding some function to a string. Okay, so actually when the browser loads this value, what it happen actually, firstly it's load this string, then it loads this payload, then after this string will be loaded. So basically this is the payload. Okay, so you have to balance the string in simply. Okay, another way of executing is this, let me tell you. So there is another way also. So you can also give this. Okay, so like you have to give add parameter. Okay, so it is compulsory for it. Okay, or you can also try it with this. So you can also give semicolon, then give alert one simply. Okay, or you can let this string remain, or you can give a string. Okay, and also you can give a semicolon. Okay, so now what it happens actually, this becomes a single statement and this will be completed. After this alert will be executed and this statement complete, then this string remain as such. So you can also use this type of payload. Okay, okay, so don't worry, I have a lab in dom xss part. Okay, which will be covering this in more brief. Okay, so I will cover this one, but I am showing you a case where you may face different kind of escaping. Okay, so I have covered this case also. I think you understand. If you don't understand, see the video again. Okay, see how I build the payload. Okay, how I crack the escaping. Okay, uh, here I just entered the payload. Okay, so it was a little different where the payload was not executing through parameter value, it was executed directly through the directory. Okay, so it depends which value is reflecting and how you treat it. Okay, so it was little different case, but yeah, still a reflected XSS case. Okay, again, you would saying like what would we do as an impact? So again, I am telling I will cover all the things in count takeover part. Okay, where we will focus on victim. Okay, how we can impact victim. Okay, so don't worry at all, just firstly try to execute payload, learn to execute payload. We will go to that thing also. Okay, then you can chain both the things. Okay, so all right, I think you would understand. Okay, so this way I have like executed the payload. I have separated the string. Additionally, I have given the function, okay, alert, and additionally one more string. Okay, alternatively, what you can do, as I already told you, the semicolon thing, you can give semicolon here. The semicolon will separately separate out this statement, and this statement will be considered a different statement then, and again it will be executed. So I will show you. Okay, so don't worry, we have a dedicated lab for this. Okay, so I just want to show you the real target one. Okay, so I think I have already covered it. So thanks for watching it. Okay, so hi there. So let's get started with cross-site scripting attack, another type, which is stored cross-site scripting. Stored cross-site scripting. So stored cross-site scripting is basically the attack in which attacker inputs the payload in the application, and what happens, it also reflects in the response, but it got stored. Okay, like it got stored permanently. Okay, so suppose here is the application, and for example, I am taking an example of comment feature, a very common example with stored process scripting. Suppose here is the attacker, and attacker like injects code in a comment, and you all know the comment is visible to everyone, like publicly, and publicly anyone can see the comment. Now what attacker targets all the victim of the website. Okay, so what attacker does, it uh, inputs the payload in the comment, and what happens, the comment just stored to the database as well. as you know. So it got stored in the database. So every time attacker refreshes its tab or browser, okay, so it will get back in a comment because it got stored. Okay, it got stored in the database. So anyone who is looking the comment the or the comment is visible to anyone, okay, so the payload will run. So as you know, the comment is publicly available to everyone. So those who see comment or even uh, so those who see the comment, okay, then the payload will run on their end as well. Okay, so it means the users who are visiting the comment or the web page where the comment is embedded, the users who are visiting the comment, so the payload will run on their end. Okay, and like their information will be sent to attacker. Information may contain session, cookie, and maybe other information from the local storage. Okay, so it depends what information attacker want to get. Okay, so like it is much more impactful because it targets a large user base, and definitely it has a high impact. Okay, so even the cases can go from P1 to P2. Okay, so it depends on the case, like or the target you are doing or the actual impact you have created. Okay, so it depends. Okay, so okay, so let's now see the example from ports figure lab. Okay, so here you can see we can comment on other people posts. So here is the home page. Okay, so you can also visit the lab and like understand the concept behind cross-site scripting attack. Okay, so here you can see we can comment. So let's leave a comment with some payload. Suppose again I am using a payload. I have written a very simple payload here. Okay, so name I am writing here test at the rate test.com, and let's write website as test.com. Okay, okay, so I have to make sure the format is correct. Okay, so now whenever someone visit this page where I have embedded the comment, the payload will pop up. Okay, pop up, or you can say the payload will run. So that's a very simple example. Okay, so let me show you a recording of a target where I found stored cross-site scripting attack. Okay, so I will show you lot of cases. Okay, but the cases are a little bit different in different case. Okay, so let me show you one of the case. Okay, so here again, so there was a feature of making MCQ question. Okay, but there was one more uh, feature in the. So actually the website having feature of creating MCQ question, and there was a feature where you can embed your custom HTML. So let me show you. So here was the working of payload actually. Okay. So yeah. So here you can see we have embed HTML feature here. So I just embedded a simple image tag alert, the similar I shown you in Ports Figure Lab, and the payload was working. Okay. Also, I will explain you the actual impact, what this can do at large scale or publicly. Okay. So I will explain you. Okay. So let me explain here. Okay. So let me show you. So this was the target for student basically. Okay. And it has one subdomain for corporates. Okay. So, or you can say business domain. So the business domain having facility for the feature to create MCQ questions. Okay, and after getting MCQ question, it got you can say publicly to the target.com or this for the students, or it will made available to the students. Okay, now what happens actually, as an attacker, I can create a fake MCQ sheet, or the MCQ sheet which is looking very authentic. Okay, suppose I create a MCQ sheet where my payload is there. Okay, and the payload can hijack cookies. So the hijacking cookies and all we will see in count takeover part. Okay, so for now you can just listen. Okay, so I just made a payload of hijacking cookies and session. And now what happens whenever the user, suppose here the users, and whenever this MCQ sheet is like placed to the students or target, okay, or whenever any student like solve this MCQ sheet, his or her token or the cookies is sent to the target attacker. Okay, not a target, to attacker. And attacker can easily take over any student's account, even the like support account which verifies the MCQ sheet. Okay, so it was actually target like companies, employees, as well as the public, the student as well. So that's why it's having high impact. Okay, so I hope you understand. So now let me show you on other live target. Okay, so let me show you live. Okay, so here in target, after looking all the features, I come to know that there is one feature where we can embed our custom HTML. So let me try to embed any HTML tag first. Let me show you how it works, like it is working or not. Okay, so I have embedded a sample iframe. Okay, so let's see if it is, yeah, it's working. So like if the HTML tags are working, obviously it's a feature. But what if we like embed any HTML tag which having some JavaScript payload? So let's see. So let me embed a sample image tag. Okay, the very similar to. Okay, so let me enable this. Okay, so but it is not working, as you can see here. If I refresh the page, like I can't see the pop-up here. So but obviously I've already analyzed it. So what's the problem actually here? Actually, they have sandbox the embed feature. Like anything, or the you can say see here the document is sandbox and the allow model keyword is not. It means the malicious functions are already sandboxed. Okay, so I have covered the sandboxing part also in upcoming session. Like I have a session on sandbox bypass itself. So what's actually here? So like they are blocking some malicious function. Like I am not able to perform any alert, or you can say, let me try some other tag. Okay, so let me refresh. Okay, so I am getting the same thing. As you can see, the prompt is blocked again. So it is due to sandbox. Okay, so don't worry, we will discuss about sandbox in upcoming session. You can see in the list. Okay, but actually here was the real case. I actually bypassed the sandbox and I was able to perform account takeover itself. Okay, so but it's a little tricky thing and you need to know a lot of other fundamental things. So but now I am showing you like how to approach for stored XSS. Still I can try something which you already know. Okay, so let me try some other function. Okay, because the alert, prompt, print are a very basic target cross-site scripting functions which every company blocks in starting. Okay, but it might ignore some other functions as well. Okay, so let me write working. Okay, so now just focus on console. Okay, here I have write a output tag there. Okay, like if it works then it will output something. So let me refresh the tab. So just wait for a second. Yeah, as you can see here, but it is working. like they haven't blocked some other functions. Okay, maybe there is a chance of hijacking cookies, or maybe there any chance of making some effect. Like here is the stored XSS itself, I can still perform some actions. But uh, I already told you alert prompt are kind of just visual representation. They do not impart any kind of impact to any victim. Okay, but we have to target victim for account takeover or session hijacking, cookie hijacking, or any other information gathering. Okay, so it's another example of stored XSS. Okay, but still it's incomplete. I will cover the account takeover part in sandbox part. Okay, where I will show you how I was able to like bypass these sandbox restrictions, and I was still able to take over the victim account. Okay, so I will continue in that part. So thank you. Okay, so let me add some more things with stored cross-site scripting. Okay, so similar to reflected accesses, you can go to HTTP history for checking for parameterized request. Okay, and additionally, you can use reflected parameter extension. Okay, I already told you if you are checking manually, then it's good. But if you are checking manually and it's on large scale, okay, you don't know which parameter is reflecting or not, then you can again I prefer you to use reflected parameter extension. Okay, so it will try like it will logs all the requests where your request parameter got reflecting in response. Okay, so because the parameter which is reflecting in response is interesting to you, as you know, if some parameter is reflecting, there may be chance your payload code reflect and payload will run. Okay, so you can like do similar steps which I have already told you in reflected cross-site scripting, but the difference it just comes in the persistent part. Just it the payload just got stored. Okay, so now where to check cross-site scripting, like where to check stored one. Okay, so in reflected, you already know you have to check in definitely in URLs itself. Okay, there are some more things with reflected. Okay, so I you can also like chain, or you can do on large scale in reconnaissance with some tools. So I will cover in the reconnaissance part. But here where to check for stored scripting. So firstly, like check every functionality, check every functionality of target, and targets the functionality target the functionality where your input is storing. Okay, mostly because it's a stored exercise, it means your like input should have a like storage feature, like your input should be stored somewhere. So it means like you can check on command feature or like post or some upload kind of feature, like your profile or the profile input parameters. Okay, but you need to find a way to exploit victims. Okay, sometimes people find stored accesses. Okay, let me explain you what happens actually. So sometimes people find false positive with stored process scripting. Let me explain you. Actually, sometimes people find stored accesses. Suppose here is a profile dashboard. Okay, here is the profile dashboard, and here is your username field, here is your email field, phone number field, your address field. Suppose in case, and you may find this case, suppose in username you find a way to trigger XSS payload. Okay, so you find a way, like you find some string escaping or any other thing. Okay, sometimes there is a link embed feature, like you can embed link, and sometimes the simple payload like JavaScript alert sometime works. Okay, sometime it got works or it got triggered. Suppose you find any of these, so what it happens, it your profile dashboard is only visible to you. Okay, only visible to you, like no other people can see your dashboard or other than admin itself, and admin is not going to visit every profile okay, on each day. So like it is just restricted to you, it's you. So it means it's a stored XSS, but it's a self XSS at, if we, at impact. Okay, if we see impact, so and then it will be a self XSS. Okay, so like profile, if you trigger payload, if your payload go trigger in the profile dashboard, then it can't be triggered on victim dashboard or any other employee or admin. So something you need to keep in your mind, like you have to target victims through stored access, and then it will be a high impact. Okay, so keep this thing in your mind. You might find stored access, but still you got no success with it because of the self behavior. So I am just telling you the case, okay, example of one case. So to try to check this thing, okay. So one of the example that I have find from my side, okay. So I was hunting on a bug crowd private program. So it was a like private bug crowd program, and how I find a stored accesses, but it was a self. So let me tell you. So actually there was a file upload feature, but the payload was not working in the file itself. Like I have embedded a payload code in the file, like suppose file.svg, and I upload some svg tag payload for cross-site scripting, but it was not working. But what was working, I changed file.svg name to suppose no image source, uh, then sub source alert, then .svg, then it got working. Like it just uh, loads, like image tag works, and it was giving me a pop-up. But same similar thing, this was thing is this thing was visible to me only, so it was not visible to any of other person. So that's why still it was XSS, but it was a self XSS. So sometime you may find stored XSS, but you may face a case of self XSS. So keep this thing in mind. Okay, so that's the thing I want to like say to you. So let's get started with process scripting third type, which is DOM based XSS. DOM based XSS. So DOM based XSS is a type of XSS where a attacker like inject some code, or you can say payload. Better to say payload somewhere in the target, suppose any input parameter. And in case of DOM XSS, the input got processed somewhere in the code itself. Okay, so there are some terms related to DOM XSS I will cover. Okay, so let's come to the code part. Okay, so attacker input some like enter some payload as an input parameter or in the input parameter, and the input got processed in the code. Okay, I am simply writing processed. Okay, and as an output, payload runs. Okay, so here is one thing you can understand, or one thing common with reflected and stored. In reflected and stored both, you need to be like your input to be reflected somewhere, and sometime we can see our input go directly like reflect somewhere. But here the case is not the same as stored or reflected. In even reflected XSS, your input sometimes not get directly reflect. You have to perform like string escaping to for payload to work. But here the case is different from reflected and stored, because the input may or may not be directly reflected, or if it reflected somewhere, then your payload will not run, because there is some changes you have to made after reading the code. It means you have to read the code. Okay, so it means a little programming is necessary for you, or a basic programming is necessary, because you need to read the code how your input is processed and how it got output somewhere, because the game is in the processing part. You need to like observe how your input get processed, and you need to find a way how can you make the input to be reflected as a payload. Okay, so I think you understand this. So there are some terms with DOM based XSS. Okay, So let me cover. So there are like two terms, source and sink. So source is very easy to understand. It is the attacker controllable part. Attacker controllable part. It means attacker can control source. And what attacker can control? Basically, it's the input. So basically, if there is any parameter like search parameter in the website, obviously we can type anything here. It means we can control this and it can be act as source as well. Okay. So, but directly we can't say search search like input as a source. So there are some technically things we say that it's a source. Suppose location dot search. Okay. So location search is a attribute for location object and you can say search function for location. Okay, so it basically returns the output for this search parameter. Okay, like we like understand things technically in DOM XSS. Example of sync. Okay, so firstly let's understand sync. So basically we have understand there is a attacker controllable part, but definitely some part will not be controllable by attackers and it will be a sync. Okay, so it can't be controlled by attacker. Okay, and sync is the part basically where your input is processed. Okay, so it is the part where basically input is processed. Okay, suppose attacker types something in search and location dot search uh, like variable or you can say parameter have already the value of this search parameter. Now how this value will be processed in further code is decided by the sync. Okay, example of sync are eval function. Okay, document dot write function. Okay, and document dot inner html. Okay, if you remember in the lab I made myself for reflected xss, I used document dot inner html kind of thing. If you remember, you can go to the video and see the video again. So the thing was working as a sync there. Okay, so it was basically example of DOM based xss to reflected xss. Okay, so now one thing in mind, DOM based xss can be of further three thing types. May be reflected, because you can't report DOM based accesses to any target. You have to report like DOM based access to something, like to be reflected, to be stored. Okay, both are impactful, but sometimes DOM based accesses is a self, then it will be a self. Okay, then it will be informative. Okay, impact can be just by reflected and stored only. Okay, so again keep in mind there are two like things or two aspects we have to learn from DOM based access. There are two things, source and sink. Okay, source is the place where attacker inputs payload. Okay, or basically an input. Okay, and sink is the part where the input is processed and outputted somewhere in the application. Okay, basically the processing part. Okay, hope you understand this. Okay, so let's understand the basic DOM accesses through board figure labs. So this is a easy lab to understand DOM-based accesses. Okay, so I have already told you the document dot write is basically a sync. Okay, and location dot search as a source or where the attacker can inject its input. Okay, it means it is location dot search is controlled by attacker. Definitely from the topic we can like got some these things. So let's access the lab. So it is taking some time. So basically, you can remember that the two things DOM-based XSS is dealing with the code. Okay, so you need to read code. Okay, so let's see. So again, here is some input. Okay, and thing nothing more. And there is a view post option. Okay, so let's type something here. Suppose I am typing test123. Okay, so like test123 is reflecting here, and one thing like comes in your mind like is there possible if I inject payload directly here and as your text is reflecting, I have already written the payload. Okay, let me test if it is working. No, it is not working, and it is written in string itself. Okay, it means if I like inspect here, you can say anything I write will be written in string itself. So it means this thing, if you think this thing as a like output for the XSS, then you are wrong, because any payload I write, because I have already write here, if I write any other tag, suppose img tag, okay, because uh, also one thing, here is a string. If you think of escaping the string, let us try this, okay, because there is single quote string, okay, so but and there is h1 tag, like, but how can you bypass it, because there is no escaping kind of thing, because the escaping thing can be performed in between tags, but this thing is already out of tag, okay, you can't all escape already a escaped thing, so it means anything you will write will be written in string itself. Like I have written a valid payload here, so let's try. So again, so it means I can't bypass this thing, okay, because this is like simple string thing, anything you will write will be written in string here only. But just wait, let's go to the code, okay, so this part, the string part, okay, so as you already know, here is the DOM XSS lab, so definitely it will be dealing with lab, okay, okay, so here you need to find the part of code where your input is processed basically, okay, so in document dot write your like final input is processed, okay, so document dot write is done in basically this image tag, and this image tag is updated below, as you can see here. Anything I write will be written in search value, search terms parameter value, but here the input is processed in such a way that if we think of some out of box thing here, then we can still bypass it, okay, like your input is not reflecting just here, it is also reflecting here, okay, and it is visible if you like open your code, okay, inspect the code properly, and if you observe carefully, then if you see, the query is basically your search thing, okay, and you can also try location dot search using console as well. I already told you in basic JavaScript. I think I haven't talked about location dot search, so you can see like this, okay. So location or search is basically what location actually returns. Let's see. So location is basically a big object, okay. So location basically contains the information about the URL, the URL you have, the URL like this, and you all know the URL may have different kind of things like parameters, some value after hash kind of thing, there may be multiple parameters, so location provides us a way to get those parameter values, and here you can see the parameter values, okay, so you can read more about it. So so I am interested in search parameter, so basically I am definitely, that's why I am focusing on the search thing, okay, so it means location dot search return us this, like all the, not all the search parameter thing. Let's see if there is anything other than this, okay, so basically it is returning the search parameter, okay, so hopefully you understand this. So let's come to the element, yeah, so hope you understand the location dot search input, okay. So, and this can be controlled by attacker, as you all know, the search having this value, and that's why the location or search returning this with URL encoding, because there are space some characters that can be URL encoded, so that's why, yeah. So what it's doing actually, document dot writes basically, you can say, writes or update the correct the thing which is written in between. You can say, as you can see, there is image tag. Okay, so basically we are able to write, or we are able to update the image tag every time if we change the input. Okay, so using document dot write we can perform this. For proper documentation or more deeper documentation, you can read more about document dot write, but let's discuss the case here. So we can basically, like, modify, or you can say we can manipulate the query here. Okay, so if you basically see here, the query is written here in the value of search terms. Okay, and this is written in a source tag. What if we are able to escape this image tag and make our payload out of image tag and let it run? Okay, so again, if you see here, we have to firstly balance the string. Again, the same rules I have told in your reflected XSS. So let us try to build a payload directly here. So firstly, you need to, like, escape double string codes here. Like, I have to make a double string code here. So I have already made a double string code. Then you have to balance the image tag. Now this will balance the image tag. Proper image tag is completed. Now you can enter any of the payload. So one thing in mind, this will again be reflected as a string here. It is not escaped here, but it will be turning out to be like running somewhere else, which is here. Okay, so let us search this now. So as you can see, I got a pop-up, but from where? Not from here actually. It is from here. So if I inspect here, okay, if I inspect here, actually this part, if I able to inspect here, okay, so let me go down below. Yeah, here. So as you can see, I have escaped out of this image tag and got a successful alert. So this way you can, like, try for DOM XSS and try to go for, like, running or reading code and then try to manipulate things using reading code. Okay. Okay. So now let's see another DOM based XSS lab. Now again, there are two things: source and sink. Source is the attacker controllable area, and again the source is location dot search. Okay, so I already told you about location dot search. I will again tell you in this lab as well. Okay, so not an issue. Now here the sink is inner HTML part. So basically document dot inner HTML kind of uh, function is used. Okay, so the same function I used in reflected lab I already made from my side. Okay, so I have already opened the lab here. Okay, so here is this search parameter. So now test for some input like test123. Now again, one thing will comes in your mind that the input is reflecting here, and you will just enter a payload and you will get a pop-up. Okay, will we get a pop-up? Because I haven't seen anything. I am just relying on the reflecting thing and just added the payload. But here our script tag is, I think, not working. But again, I think something happened here, because in previous lab, it was just reflecting as a string there. So now let's directly go to the code part, and let's come to the, okay, so let's reload because there is some issue. Let's reload the tab again. Okay, so, I just search for lab test. Okay, I search for this thing, but here I am not getting anything. Yeah, so it is basically reflected in the span tag with some ID. Okay, so is there any client side JavaScript code there? Yeah, here is the code. So the code path is between a div element. So you have to find it manually. Yeah, there is automation as well for DOM-based XSS. I will also tell you. So let's first understand manually, okay? Because the manual thing is important. Yeah. So if you like read code stepwise, then let me tell you how to read code stepwise. Okay. So like the function is replaced. There is a function, there is some variable, and there is some if statement. Okay. So like serially how it is processed. So let me tell you. So firstly, the query variable is assigned the value. Okay, and the value is what? The value you just type what you just search. Okay, so which is basically location dot search element. Okay, you can even go to console and you can search for live location dot search. Yeah, here. Okay, so basically I search for test here, and the full value is this. Now the value is assigned to the query. Now here is a if statement. Basically it it basically, you can say, basically you can say it is a it calling a function, and function will be called only if you type something. Basically anything you typed will be considered as a true statement, and it go true and the function got called. After then the document dot get element by id, uh, and with id, and here is the id. So basically to update something for any element, we need to get the id for that element. So here is the ID for this tag, and here is some inner HTML. Basically, the query you type just directly return to the inner HTML. Basically, the thing you are typing directly reflect here. Okay. So sometime what happens, script tag don't work directly in between tags. So some other tag may work. Okay. So you can try with the main tag here. So it means there is no string escaping here. Our value is directly reflecting here. Okay, in between tags. Okay, so we can directly try to, like we can directly try to type some other tag payload, so it will definitely directly run. Okay, so it was a kind of easy lab, so let's see more. So let's now understand one more type of DOM based XSS. Okay, now I have not written any kind of like topic like document dot inner HTML or location dot search. Now from directly from code we can uh, like just what will be the sync and what will be actually the source part. Okay, so here directly you can see here is some eval function which is evaluating the code, and you can directly think or directly just that the sync will definitely be eval function, and input is, yeah, normally the, the parameter you need to understand what will be the parameter then. Okay, okay, so firstly you need to figure out the input area like source. Okay, we already know the sync part, eval function part. Okay, but we need to now firstly get to the source part. Okay, so the source part we can get from the first line of code. Okay, so basically what it does actually, or you can do from here as well. Okay, control U. Okay, so here you can see there is no any kind of input parameter directly given. Okay, first thing. Now how to get input parameter or where to find input parameter, so you can find from code directly. Okay, so here is the sync part. We know. Now we all know the location element is related with the source part. Okay, so basically it's a variable assigned some value from URL. Okay, URL location search with or statement made here. Okay, so basically it is finding for JEFF parameter in small case. If it find any parameter, then it will assign value to the Jeff variable, and the show and further it circuits the further code. Or statement is doing a short circuiting kind of thing here. Otherwise, if it is false, if you don't use any or there is no any parameter related to JEFF small case, then it will assign Jeff value to the Jeff variable. Even you can see here, suppose I type this test equal to something, like I don't use Jeff parameter, okay, it means this will become false. So we get this as a output, MA name with this, okay. But if I use Jeff parameter, then I am getting the value. So it means we have successfully find the input or the source. Now we have to figure out how to like trigger a payload from this. So firstly, let me tell you something about eval function. Okay. So you let me tell you. So eval function is basically a evaluation function. It will evaluate the things written in between. Suppose I have written 12 plus 12 2. Okay. Even you can trigger other code as well, like alert. Okay. So basically it evaluates the thing written in between evaluation function. So even if you write this in or minus 34, okay, minus 34, then what happens, it evaluate all the things, like first they evaluate first, then the additional parameter, then after function will be evaluated, and as the function is alert, then alert should be pop up. So let's see, yeah, so it means it also evaluate differently, okay. So it return, it's like give output as an n because it is not returning anything, because number can be evaluated with a non-returning function. So that's the thing. Yeah. So now from reflected exercise, I already told you the string escaping things already, but here is the evaluation function. Okay. So let us see how can we bypass the payload. Okay. So let me open paint. Okay. So here is the eval function. Now you have to find a payload, or you have to like make an input. So here is the input actually. The Jeff parameter is the input. So you can do like type anything here. So I am writing anything. Now you have to make a payload in such a way that evaluation function will evaluate the code, like evaluate the thing, and you have made a payload that it will trigger. Okay. So basically if I broke the thing in this way, so basically here user input will be written. Okay. So suppose if I type a input like this, like I balance this thing, if I balance this thing, so let me write input in some other color, so like you will understand it in better way. So let me write in red. Why it is not working? Yeah, it is working now. Suppose I balance the string, okay, then I give a add parameter and give a alert, writing anything like one, okay, then adding one more thing and giving some string and giving any character like a for balancing the string, or you can let it be empty. Okay, you can let be empty. So if you now run evaluate function, or when evaluate function will run, now what it will do actually, it will first evaluate this, then evaluate this, then evaluate this. Okay. So the previously I just when I write this type of function like plus alert 1 plus anything, or you can write minus as like 45, what it will do, it try to add 34 with this, but before writing it actually evaluates. Okay, so it is already evaluated 34, then after addition it will try to evaluate this, but during evaluation it actually triggers the alert. So basically I think we find a payload, we find a successful payload. So basically the payload is in red only. Okay, so let's go to the lab, and here we have to type our input. I think you all understand. Okay, so this is sufficient payload to write string in what way you can make it more better. Okay, so I think here is some issue. Okay, so sometime I think sometime plus sign gives error, so you can try it with minus as well. Yeah, yeah, plus one should work, but sometime it not work. Okay, it is like a glitch in this lab, but you can also try minus as well. Okay, because eval function has to just evaluate the thing separately. Okay, if you have provided separately, then it will evaluate separately, so doesn't matter if it is plus or minus. Okay, so I hope you understand. So now let's see automation for DOM based XSS. So basically the tool which is used for the DOM based automation is a DOM invader. Okay, so it is a built-in tool provided by Burp Suite. Okay, so it is available in Burp Suite Chromium browser. Okay, so it is used for finding DOM based access as well, and even it used for finding prototype pollution as well, but for now we are focusing on DOM based accesses. Okay, so what are some key features of DOM invader? Okay, so as firstly it is available for both professional and community, so it is available in free version as well. So some key features are like for DOM accesses, it is used for finding reflected accesses. Okay, so you can log, you can modify, resend web messages. Okay, via data send page via post message. Okay, and automatically identify sources of client side prototype pollutions, and you can read more about it. Okay, so first comes the enabling DOM invader part. So enabling is very easy. Okay, you just need to the this Bobswet logo, and here you see DOM invader toggle option, so you have to turn on the toggle option. Okay, so after this you can also see in the developer tool, so you can press F12 for opening developer tools, or you can right click and inspect element. It will also make you go to developer tools. Okay, now here you can see the DOM invader tab. Okay, I will explain you how to use this. Okay, it will make the things very easy for you. Before we have to see manually, read the code manually, and we have to like find things manually, and there is a lot of things you have to do manually, and it will become more complex if you analyze more big code. Okay, but this tool will make the things very easy for us. Okay, so I already told you how to enable, so I think we have covered this. Okay, so now let's try to solve the lab using DOM invader. Okay, previously we all know. Okay, now what you have to do, actually just open DOM invader tab. Okay, so now the lab, sorry, not the lab, the tool has already provided some random canary token. Okay, so here are the option for the token. Okay, you can randomize token again. Here's the copy option, and you can update the canary as well. You can like update with some manual name as well, like you can update it with like hacker at the rate 123 and all, but we are now using the token they have provided themselves. Okay, so now you have to copy the token, and now the thing is you have to find the source. So we already know the source. Okay, now I am just typing their input and typing search. Okay, now what it does, it provides us some results from this. Okay, so what are the results? So like it directly provides the sync output. Okay, so where our the token is actually reflecting here, and it's a very simple challenge for you to escape the image tag. Now you can directly build a payload here and directly escape the image tag and perform cross-site scripting attack. Okay, so we already know, but let me show you some more feature of it. So it also provides stack trace feature. Like if you open console, then it also provides the trace of the stack, like where and how the code is processing. Okay, so you can see the end track. Okay, our payload got processed here. Okay, so you can also read about tracing. Okay, so it's not much not much useful to us, but here is the result which is very useful to us. Now we can directly like build a payload looking this. Okay, now you have to just escape the string now. So we all know this will balance image tag, first will balance string. Now you can like make any kind of payload, like any payload, because we have escaped the string. Now our payload will definitely run. Okay, so now the payload making is now more easy using DOM invader. So let's try to solve another lab which was a little typical because it here was eval function. Okay, so now let's solve again using DOM invader again directly. So firstly check whether it is on or not. Toggle option in on, so it is good. Now go to DOM invader. Now here you can see we have the token, the same token. Now you have to search. Okay, so here was a little challenge for us. We have to find the source from ourselves. Okay, so we have already find the source from the source code, like where the input should be gone, or what is the parameter, or what is the basically source. So here you can see the source is basically Jeff parameter. Okay, so in real target you will get input parameter directly. No, this was a lab, so it's make step one more further. So now here you have to type your tag input. Okay, so after typing input, so you get a stack trace with the actual sync output. Okay, so actually our input will be processed like this. So again here you have to just bypass this. Okay, but here was a little thing you have to observe. It is in eval function. Okay, so you have to pay like in made payload in such a way that it executes in between eval function. Okay, so we already know how to make the payload here. Okay, so firstly we have to like escape the string, then the plus was not working here for some reason, and again minus, then string, because it will balance the string of the eval function. Okay, now so it was working. So that's it about DOM invader. I hope you can now do automation with DOM XSS and the manual things as well. Okay, hope you understand. Okay, so thank you. So now let's meet at account takeover part. Okay, now we will see the the actual power of cross-site scripting, how we can perform account takeover. So we will see some fundamentals related to account takeover part. Okay, we will see the payload making, we will see the cookies, we will see the session, we will see the local storage thing. Okay, so let's meet at that part. So now let's get started with account takeover for XSS part. So basically the actual impact you can make with cross-site scripting. Okay, so let me choose color. Yeah, so account takeover via XSS. Okay, so before directly moving to account takeover part, so firstly you need to know about some fundamentals. Okay, so some fundamental things are like cookies, session. Okay, other ones are local or session storage. Okay, so firstly let's talks about cookies. Okay, so what cookies are actually? So cookies are basically collection of parameter and values. So basically the work of cookies are basically providing the authorization to user. So basically providing session, and authorization comes in itself. Okay. Secondly, cookies are also used for tracking and analytics. Tracking and analytics. Okay. If you have observed, if you log into some website or you just open some website page, then a pop-up comes of allow cookies kind of pop-up. Okay, so basically it's for tracking. So they want your permissions to track you. Okay, basically your longitude, latitude, and some device information, some other meta information related to you. Okay, also analytics, like some websites uses analytics services like HubSpot analytics, Google analytics, Twitter analytics, Facebook analytics. Okay, so and else. So these are basically services which basically provide a proper business or user dashboard for you, and so they basically tracks your information, tracks your activities, and provide a information to the application. Okay, so suppose I have a my company or a startup, I want to track what users are visiting in my website, what users are interested in more. Okay, so basically I can log into the analytic services of some third party. So basically these are third party in context to my any target, and so so it can be used via cookies. So basically cookies like take some our device information, our information related to some other meta information. So and the information can be further used as a feeding source for analytics and similarly for tracking. So, but it is not used for us for cross-site scripting. Okay, so it's just information regarding cookies. So the game comes here actually. So session and authorization. Basically, let me tell you in brief. Suppose here is a normal user and user log into any website. Okay. Suppose here is a post request of login where your credential are passed like user, some user name like test at the rate 123 with a password. Suppose password at the rate 123. Okay. And here is the server. Here is the server. So basically this is a client side work. Okay, so whenever you log into any website, basically what happens, so you are authenticated by server. So server authenticates you, like authenticates you, authentication perform on the server side, like the username and password are queried to the database. Okay, further they are queried to the database and all. I'm not talking about that and in much deeper. Like, and at the very end, they set your cookie, like set cookie or simply provide a token. In simple words, they provide a token with some random string, a random hash, better to say random hash. So it is a like powerful cryptographic hash in a secured, I am talking in a secured way, because if they are providing in base 64, then you can easily decode and forge a token for victim as well. But in like today's organization or application, they provide a random powerful hash so as a token. Okay, so which can be further used to authenticate you, sorry, authorize you. Authentication is already performed. Now here comes the authorization part, and this token is also known as session token. Some people say it a session. Okay, so this token has some validity, like it has some expiry time and all. Okay, so it is basically the token which is responsible for you to log in any website. Basically now this has like complete his work, like complete its work. Now the username password work is done. Now website is authorizing you through the token or through the session token or through the session, anything you would say. Okay, in APIs, in context to APIs nowadays, JWT token is given, JSON web token is given. Okay, so the things are same. Again, JWT is again a authorization token. So what authorization token contains or what actually does? Actually, it provides a website every time the request go to website with this token. Okay, it validates you, like whether you are admin, whether you are a user, whether you are a normal user. Okay, whether you are a developer, analyst, if there are roles. Okay, if they are not roles, then it is just validating you. Okay, if you are a valid user or not. Okay, every time if there is some tampering with the token. Okay, if you made any tampering with the token, the website logs you out. Okay, the website logs you out. So basically everything is hidden in this token. It means this token is actually the identity of for any user. Okay, so basically in cross-site scripting we have to target this token. Okay, hope you understand my point. Okay, Like cookies may contain any other parameters also, because but there are some meta parameter which contain some default informations and all. Okay, so but the only use token is like the important sensitive token is the session token for us. Okay, so I hope you understand. So the cookie uh, or session is kind of same thing. Okay, the session is name given to this token. Okay, sometime you would have seen like SSID, PSSID. Like in PHP framework, we often use PHP SSID, like PHP SID. So name may varies. Also, sometime target names it at it's as a directly token or access token. Okay, so we will see that. Okay, so not an issue. Okay. So I hope you understand the cookie session and what cookies are actually, what uh, like what's the actual work of cookies and all. Okay. Now let's see local storage. Okay. Okay. Here comes local storage or session storage. Okay. Actually, these are the storage provided by the browser itself. Okay. So these are also known as client-side storage. Client-side storage. So basically, these are used to store some user meta information. Meta information. Okay, so it may store some information related to some other aspect related to the application. Okay, but sometime what happens, it also stores sensitive information as well. Sensitive information as well. For example, the access token, the important token. Okay, or the user details, or the user details. Actually, company uses local storages for performance reasons. If the if storage if the things are already stored on client side, then the loads on server of application will be less. So basically it is reducing the load on their server or number of requests. If all the data is already stored in our local storage, then number of requests made to the server for the information would be less. Okay, so definitely it is contributing to like performance of any application. But what happens if it is storing important information like access token? Access token is basically the cookie token, like session token itself. Okay. So even I will show you a like a real time case I have find from my side from local storage itself. Okay. So the user detail such as address, okay, meta information, which is important related to user, CC details, credit card details, or any other information like you can say some you can say unique IDs which is related to user. If storing in local storing, then it may be sensitive in some cases, because if attacker find cross-site scripting and if he is able to access local storage of the user and the local storage is like storing this information, then what happen? Attacker can directly fetch the token and send to his server and directly perform count takeover. Okay, so that's the issue. Okay, so let's see some aspects related to cookies. Okay, so now we have like move further to account takeover part. You can simply write. So this was the basic HTML I created in starting of the course. Okay, so let's go live. Okay, so cookies, session, and local storage can be directly seen on developer tools. So you can directly go to developer tools using pressing using inspect element or pressing F12. Okay, so for cookies you can go to the application and here you can see the cookies itself. Okay, so as it's the normal HTML page I created, so there are no cookies. So let me create a cookie from my side. Suppose here is the token, and I am writing just some random string here. Okay, suppose it's the token the website has given after login. Now how we can fetch this thing? Okay, fetch the cookie. So there is a simple uh, function which is document.cookie, which will return all the cookies. So let me write some other things as well. Suppose UID 12345 or some other thing like email. Okay, because I am trying to tell you some more thing related to cookie. Firstly, let me tell you how an attacker can hijack the cookie. Okay, and even tell you how he can hijack the cookie and send to his server. So we will build a full payload here. Okay, so but let me firstly complete the fundamental. Okay, as you can see now, if I again type the same command, you can see all the cookies are returned. Okay, suppose I am interested for the token cookie and attacker gets the token cookie, then he can directly use the token and log into the victim account. But the question is how? So that's the important question here. So now let's see the payload, how you can do. So here is the payload. I'm writing in the comment. Then we will see in real time practice. So document.location equal to, here you have to give your attacker URL. So firstly let me write attacker URL. Now then as a sample parameter you can give victim cookie equal to, now addition. Now in addition you have to give document dot cookie. So this is a simple full payload you can use, but you have to like provide actual attacker URL here. Okay, so for attacker URL I am using uh, Burp Collaborator. So Taborator is similar to Burp Collaborator. Okay, so you can just copy payload here and write in place of URL. Now our payload is complete. Okay, now let's copy the payload. So I am just explaining the things locally. Now what happens if I run this? So let's see. So you can see the payload works and it got directed to attacker targets by also fetching the cookie value. Now let's go to here and let's poll. Now here you can see I got lot of responses. Now I have to see the response where I get the cookie. Okay. Okay, so here you can see I am getting the token. Okay, so this way attacker can send cookie to his server. Okay, so let me explain here. Okay, so let me tell you what I have done actually, what payload I have built. So I have written document dot write, okay, equal to the attacker link giving a parameter like token equal to ending string, additionally giving document dot cookie, document dot cookie. Actually what it will does, document dot cookie will fetch the cookie values and it will now uh, add this to the link. Okay, and the link containing the parameter token and equal to the value, and value will be this cookie. Okay, and document dot write does what it like, sorry, I have used document dot location, not write, sorry. Okay, so document dot location redirects the target to the this link, and this link is containing our sensitive token of victim. Okay, and in attacker URL you can use collaborator. Okay, or taborator, both are same thing. Just taborator provide a proper dashboard kind of thing. Okay, now collaborator is also modified and it has also uh, made like taborator. So it is your choice, you can use. So other than this you can also use ng-rogue service or port map service. Okay, port map service, so they will work same. Okay, but I prefer you to use collaborator because all the things if performed in same tool then it is very good. Okay, and things will not become messy. Okay, hope you understand the thing. Okay, so similarly there is one more way to send cookies to attacker. Okay, so one way is document location. Okay, so the disadvantage for this payload is that the target is actually redirected to the uh, given attacker target. Okay, but what if you don't want to redirect your target, you just want your payload works behind the scenes and victim doesn't know what happens and the cookies are just sent to attacker. Okay, this is little bit giving hint to victim what is happening. Okay, but still working now. But another is more good payload which is fetch. We are using fetch API for this. So the command is very simple. You have to give fetch function. Okay, so you can read more about fetch function, but for this purpose I am just telling the purpose, because you just want to fetch the cookie and send to the attacker server. So this is the payload. You just have to give here the link. Okay, additionally giving the cookie. So let's copy this. So we will see the difference. What's the difference between both the payloads? Suppose now I am using this. Okay, actually it return promise as a response. Okay, so not an issue. What's the promise and all, because we are not going for JavaScript things. So the payload have run successfully. Now let's go to the tabulator tab and let's see any response here. So again, so we are getting cookie as a response. Okay, so hope you understand the point. Okay, so I personally recommend you to use any of these because the treasure doesn't like restrict anything, because if the thing is working then let you can do. Because but in better and real time practice I like suggest you to use fetch because it doesn't redirect the target. And one more thing, uh, the victim doesn't get any kind of hint what has happened. Okay, so you can use fetch kind of thing. So hopefully you get my point. Okay, so let's move one step forward. Okay, so now let's come to local storage here. Okay, so I have like already made a local storage parameter token and with my name and rug jwt token. So again local storage contains some meta information, suppose user, and here is test 1 2 3 4. Okay, again another parameter. So similarly local storage can also be fetched using JavaScript. So if I type local storage, then you can see I got storage element. Okay, as a JSON response. You can also fetch specific local storage element also, like get item, and now you need to give parameter here. So from above you can see there are two parameters, token and user. So suppose I am interested in token, now it will return me the token value. Again you can send this thing to the attacker server. So the very similar thing. Okay, so now you just need to modify the payload here. Now what you need to do, you need to give storage. Okay, so lot of people think like I am doing things in console because the things will be same everywhere. Just the place where the payload is getting input is changed, but the things will be same and the payload will be same. Okay, because if you read the payload here, fetch will like give a request to this server, and additionally we are giving local storage item token. It means this value is also sent to the attacker. Now let's see. Now if you observe, the target is not redirected. Okay, previously document.location does, it was redirecting the target, and the it is intentional because document.location redirects, but the fetch is good. Now let's go to, okay, so we get a ping here. Okay, so as you can see I am getting local storage value here. So similarly local storage can be sent to the attacker server. Okay, and one more thing, similar to local storage, session storage is very same. Okay, so similarly you can do for session storage as well. For local storage element and session storage, okay, the very same thing, the payload will be same. Okay, just the session storage dot get item and the parameter value. So I hope you got my point and you got to know how can you send things to the attacker server as well, and you can make payload now. Okay, now let's move one step forward. Okay, now one thing I haven't talked is the restrictions. Okay, so cookies can be sent to attacker server if and only if the HTTP only parameter is false for that. Suppose this is the session token for the cookie and the HTTP parameter is true. Suppose I have enabled it, and even you can observe nowadays the secured applications have implemented true HTTP only for the session token. Okay, now let me clear the console to make the things clear. Now, sorry, the, to get cookies. Now you can see I am not getting the token. Why? Because the HTTP parameter is enabled. It means if I am not getting cookie, then I will not send the, yeah, I am not able to send the token to attacker server. Let me clear these instructions. Okay, so let me again make a fetch request cookie. Now, what should be done? The cookie should be sent to attacker. Okay, but this value, as I already told you, it HTTP only. Okay, it is a restriction for the cookie to be sent to any third party service. Okay, basically, or via HTTP, you can say, not HTTP, via HTTP only. So let's go to interaction. Yeah, we will definitely get instructions, but I am not getting the token now. So that is the only restriction. Okay, for the cookie. There may be more. It is not only the restriction, but it is one of the important observation you have to check. Okay. So what is the restriction actually? Let me explain here. Okay, about HTTP only. Okay, if enabled, if disabled. Okay, enabled here means like true, or disabled means false. Okay, if enabled, then cookie can't be sent. As we have already seen, cookie can't be sent to attacker. Okay, not all cookie, only the specific cookie parameter which has HTTP parameter enabled is can't be sent. Can be sent. Okay, I can write here can be sent. It means for performing account takeover, this condition should be satisfied. Okay, the HTTP parameter should be disabled. Okay, so keep this thing in mind. Suppose now I again disable this. Okay, let me disable this. Okay, now what happens? Now I have again sent the information to the attacker. Now I am getting the token, as you can see here, the token and the value. Okay, so keep in mind this thing, and we have no such thing with local storage. If the parameter value is there, then we can fetch, but if it is not there, then we can't fetch. That is simply with local storage. There is no such restrictions with local storage. Similarly with session storage, but there is some restriction with HTTP only kind of thing. Okay, so I think hope you understand the thing. Okay, so that is the things that are related to cookie session and local storage. Hope you understand this. Okay. Okay, you can read more about cookies and local storage in the Google if you if you more want to read about it. Okay, if or okay, so there is one question you people may ask. Okay, in query section. So let me cover here. Okay, so lot of people ask like, let me write the question here. How to get or how to know which is the sensitive token. Okay, so that should be a valid question. Okay, so in real time practice, you may get multiple tokens. Okay, okay, so in real time, like you may get multiple tokens and you may be confused. Like, let me show you with an example. Okay, so as you can see, I am logged into my Portsfigure account here. So if I move to cookies and see my cookie tab, so in related to portsfigure.net, there are lot of cookies here, as you can see. Yeah, remove are kind of non-sensitive thing, but there is one session ID, authenticated user verification ID, like session ID, verification ID, like there are multiple IDs. Then how to get or how to know which is the sensitive token? Like if you are like focusing on XSS and you find XSS, valid XSS, but you need to find the cookie value, which is the authorization cookie actually. And then how to get to know which is the sensitive cookie. And here in case you can see it is HTTP enabled and it is also HTTP enabled. It means if you get to know which is sensitive, then still it is of no use for you because you can't send token to the server or attacker server. So I am showing you the best way or telling you the best way to know which token is sensitive. Okay. So for this you need to log in. Okay. Easy way. I am telling you the easy way. Log into the target and like capture the response, capture the resulting response, capture response. Okay, so even in login, during login you may have some cookies as well. Okay, so they may be tracking cookies or some analytic cookies or some else. Okay, related to something else, but not authorization cookie. You will get authorization cookie only after you are login. Okay, you are authenticated with server. So when the server send you the response, to capture that response, and there will be something like set cookie. Okay, so the set cookie value is actually the authorization token. Okay, so you can copy the token and go to inspect element or the developer tools and check whether this cookie has HTTP only disabled or enabled. Okay, so if it is disabled, then you can keep this on hold for finding, for chaining it with a valid XSS issue. Okay, hope you got my point. So again, to find a sensitive token, you just need to log in, capture response, check for the set cookie value, and that cookie value is the actual token. In case of API, it is known as JSON Web Token. Okay, mostly in case of REST APIs and all, nowadays companies are using JSON Web Token. So the things is same. Okay, so you will get JWT in response body also. Okay, so you may get in set cookies or in response body. So let me add this thing also. Additionally, check for body. Okay, yeah, cookies are set already, but you can also check for body. Okay, like JWT token are also visible in body. Okay, so I think I have completed the fundamental thing and the payload building part for the cookie hijacking, session hijacking, okay, and local storage hijacking already. Okay, so from this video you have learned what are cookies, what are session, what are local storage, how to hijack cookies, how to how to hijack cookie session collectively, or how to hijack local storage, which is like a new thing, for maybe new thing to you, but still it is important for you. Okay, so you in detail you can learn these things in Google. Okay, you can Google, you go to medium articles, read medium articles, go through multiple blogs, and you will find better understanding for this. Okay, so thank you. Okay, so now let's see the things in proper workflow. I will show you how we can perform like a sample kind of thing, like how we can perform account takeover if we find a valid input and a valid cross-site scripting. Again, one thing keep in mind, like alert prompt perimeter just for visualizing. Okay, but they are not impacting function. They do not provide any impact to the victim. Okay, to perform any impact, you have to perform count takeover. Okay, and I will also show you a problem you may face during your live hunting. Okay, so I will cover in this. Okay, So that's a little but a critical problem. Okay, so in this lab I have already told you, I have named a header with the ID. Okay, I have provided ID to the header, and what I am doing, I am changing content of this header via inner HTML. Okay, inner HTML through the input I am passing through the test parameter. Okay, so basically the parameter is the test. Okay, so it's a thing you are doing in the DOM XSS, finding the source. So we already know the source. Okay, so here we have to build the payload. So I am building a normal image kind of payload. Okay, so you may find multiple. Okay, so one thing let me tell you, so for the payload you can use this extension. Okay, so this extension name is hack tools. This is very useful extension. Okay, for cross-site scripting payload. Okay, if you may like don't get any payload the time, so you can use the extension. Okay, okay, so I am building the payload. So I am building document.location payload for now. Okay, you can use fetch as well. If you don't remind of payload, you can just go to extension. Okay, so let me firstly clear this. Okay, now create and copy the payload, give here. Okay, now giving an sample parameter. Okay, you have to give with URL. So this is optional, you cannot give. Okay, one thing here, which is the mistake people may do and getting errors. Okay, here you have to use URL encoding for the plus will not work. Okay, so you have to provide %2b as a encoded URL for the plus. Okay, which is a plus will not work because browser may not able to relate this thing. Okay, so I think the payload is completed. Okay, so the cookie hijacking part I have already covered. The payload I am using here. Okay, so let's see if it is working. Okay, so there is a little error. Okay, so I don't know. Okay, I got the error. Actually I haven't provided HTTPS in the URL here, I think. Okay, I I have provided. Oh yeah, it I think it was a previous payload. Okay, so you have to provide HTTPS in the URL. Okay, and change +2. Okay, let me again make the payload. You may be confusing to you. Okay, I'm using eval function. Okay, document.location, and here you have to give the URL, and just don't forget to give the HTTPS cookie parameter thing. Additionally, document.cookie, and let's see if it is working. Again, some kind of error. Let's see what's error is. Okay, I think everything is all good. Okay, for getting error, you can just directly inspect this. Okay, but is not running. Okay, I think you spot the thing. This is the problem actually people face. Okay, payload is all correct, but still the payload is not running. The reason is because the browser is not able to relate the plus thing. So you have to give URL encoding here. Okay, so now let's see. So now it's work. Okay, so that's the thing, just keep in your mind. Okay, sometime a little thing might create large problems. Okay, now we have already got interactions. Okay, so we got the token here. Okay, so this way we can like change full XSS to account takeover. Okay, XSS to full account takeover. And after getting token, you know how to use token. Edit the cookie, refresh the browser, and you will logged into victim account. Okay, so but I have shown this is in the lab. Okay, I will also show you live example in further coming sessions. okay, live POCs, okay, what I have done in bypass and all, okay. So but just want to get you the point of like making a valid payload, okay. So there may be multiple ways to make this type of payload, okay. I have used this one, you may use different one. You can take hints from hack tools, or you may take hints from some GitHub cheat lists, okay. So here are also some examples, okay. Some, okay, so here are some kind of payloads like using image.source, using document.location. I have already shown you. So there are different ways like fetch way also, okay. So there may be different way. So I hope you got my point. So thank you. So hello everyone. So welcome to the new part. So basically it is related to bypassing bypassing XSS restrictions. Okay. So the example we have seen till now and the labs we have solved till now. So we have not faced any kind of like additional filter or additional restriction. Okay. So additional restriction can be of type like some kind of filter like uh, like preventing from this type of characters, okay, or maybe any other characters, okay. Suppose it is blocking 0 to 1, A to Z, like other type of characters. So now we face difficulty in these cases because we are not able to bypass this type of case. This case can be normally bypassed by using standard process scripting payloads. So like we have to use some kind of methods like encoding, okay. Like encoding type of methods we can use, and encoding characters, online filters like HTML encoding, okay, URL encoding, okay. So there is one type of restriction, okay, like sometimes kind of filter encoding, okay. So there may be another kind of restrictions, suppose sandboxing, okay. So we will see that also, okay. So it is used by a lot by application nowadays, okay. So we will see that thing also, okay. So so firstly let's see like encoding thing, okay. For this let's move to the lab, okay. So here is one of the lab, okay. So as you can see here they have applied a filter like this type of character, the string, okay. The closing brackets can't be used, okay. So let me show you how, like what's the problem actually. So from the source code we have to find the source first, okay. So here is the parameter, okay, okay. So suppose I am using this character in my code, suppose I am using this, okay. Now what happens, it actually restricts this character, okay. So it means if I use alert kind of thing, like the target is to alert and they have already blocked the close bracket. Now the problem is how we can pop up the alert now, okay. We will see a real case also, okay. So I will show one of write up, okay. So explain you how encoding can be used in real scenarios also. So firstly let's see this, okay. So it is not simple as such as it looks, okay. So let's go to solution, okay, because otherwise it will take time, okay. So firstly let us use simple payload, okay. So let me show you where's the difficulty we will face. So so normally you will use this payload, but you can see alert, we are not getting any alert. So let's move to elements, okay. So if I inspect here, okay, or if we move here, so let's see where the tag is reflecting here. Yeah. So as you can see, our payload is reflecting here, but is it not working? As you can see, the closing brackets have been removed because of the filter they are using. So now what they suggested, like first use HTML entity coding. Okay. So basically they encoded the alert part simply because we are not facing any difficulty in the first part. We are facing in the alert part only. So basically they encoded the alert, but here the problem arises again because in URL and will be considered as a parameter ending. Okay, so basically and is used to like start a different parameter. Like if you want to give multiple parameter, then you can give like a equal to b and c equal to d. So basically and is used to differentiate between them. So again we will face difficulty. So then they just encoded it to URL. Then basically first they apply HTML encoding, then apply URL encoding. Okay, so now let's see. Okay, so in real time you can encode using filters, or you can use like services like this. Okay, suppose I want to encode this. Okay, so basically for encoding you have to enter here. Okay, suppose I want to encode here. Okay, so as you can see our brackets are encoded now. Okay, so if you are going to encode it again, then you can encode it again. Okay, so we will see a real double case encoding also in the write up. Okay, so let's copy the payload. Okay, so I think you have already observed what we are doing here. Okay, so it's not the case always like here. There may be different cases. Okay, sometime the filter is not visible to you. You have to like blindly guess the filter like what they are using. So you can guess the filter by using multiple tags at one time. Okay, if you get to know what tags are blocked, then you can try to build a payload from your side, and if they are still blocked, you can try to encode them. Okay, so hope you understand. Okay, so let's see a real world case where hunter find reflected XSS using double encoding. So basically the simple payload was not working. Even the uh, person encoded it once time, but it was still not working. So when it used double encoding, the payload got worked. Okay, so if you directly move here, as you can see here, there was some search parameter. Okay, so again it was reflecting in the URL as well. Okay, so you can read the article I will provide in the description. Okay, so basically the input was reflecting, so very similar to the cases we have seen already. Again, so what was the problem actually when he used some other parameters like you can see here. Okay, and ampersand kind of thing. Okay, so basically they are replaced with and. So basically they are using encoding here. Okay, so they are using filter already, as you can see here. Okay, so but when he used double encoding, as I already shown you how to use double encoding. Suppose you want to encode. Okay, so let's take his example. Okay, then if you can use this. Okay, so it can be encoded into %26. If you want to encode again, then you can copy %26 and go to here. You can use more the tools like CyberChef. Okay, and even you can use the decoder tab of Bob Suite. Okay, like I want to encode in HTML, then you can use here, and you can use. Okay, so you will see very similar output. Okay, hope you understand. Now how he escalated it to a reflected XSS. So now let's see. So basically when he was using a payload, and even he used single encoding, but still the filter was working. Okay, like the filter of website. But when he used double encoding, then the payload got worked. So you can read the blog. Okay, so understand. So he basically try to input some uh, parameter in the input field. Okay, so I think you understand this. So basically he use on focus listener. Okay, and autofocus function. Basically autofocus focus to this input tag, and on focus will give a pop-up. So basically it will automatically run. Okay, so basically there is I think not on load function for this tag, so that's why he has to use this. I think you understand. Okay, hope you would understand. So basically there may be cases you may have to use some encoding, maybe single encoding works sometime, maybe double encoding works sometime. Okay, so let me show you one of the resources. Okay, to get an idea about. this. Okay, so you can go to the payloads all things repository in the GitHub. Okay, Swisky repo. Okay, so here you can see a lot of things related to cross-site scripting. Okay, so we are basically dealing with the, you can say, the bypassing thing. Okay, bypassing using encoding, and also here are lot of cases. Okay, so you can like visit here and check for this. So as you can see, there are lot of cases. So this will give you a brief idea. Okay, okay, so directly reading this may be a little complex, but if you understand the topics, understand the concept, then it will be a little simple for you. Okay, so we will discuss some more things in upcoming sessions. So you can visit here. Okay, so it is one of the great resource. So thank you. So now let's see sandbox bypassing. Okay, sandbox by sandbox bypassing, or you can say bypassing sandbox restrictions. Okay, so before directly knowing sandbox bypass, firstly let us know what are sandbox. Okay, so or what is sandboxing. Okay, so basically sandbox are isolated environment. Okay, so basically sandbox are it's isolated environment which are actually separated, from main target or main domain. Okay, or main application, better to say. So actually what happens, actually the user inputs are stored here. Okay, so basically any code or which is malicious or which is not malicious are separated to some other environment. Okay, and the main domain kept different from it. Okay, so let us see from a simple diagram. Suppose here is your main application. Okay, here is your main application, and here is the sandboxing. Okay, so it is not visible like it is not actually visible like this, like some kind of box in between application. So what happens actually, suppose here is the target.com, and suppose sandbox is some other subdomain like sandbox.target.com. So this is work in this way. Okay, so now what happens, anything you input somewhere in the target, like in comment section or any upload or any kind of embed feature, so your input will be in the sandbox. So input will be gone there. And what are the benefits of sandbox through target.com? It contain no cookies, or you can say cookies are null. So like there is no user related data here. So basically it is like prevented for account takeover already. It is very safe from account takeover, because account takeover need user data like cookies, and if there are no cookies already, then you will get nothing. Because if you embed any kind of alert, suppose alert document dot cookie, so basically it will fetch these cookies, like cookies of sandbox.target.com, not this. So like you can't influence the main domain. So this is basically how a isolated environment looks like. Okay, so let me show you live how it looks like. Okay, so here I already like shown you the stored XSS thing and what are the things I was facing. Okay, so let me recap the thing. So before I was trying to getting an alert, I was getting an error which is basically a sandbox error. So let me show you. Let me refresh. So anything like alert prompt print I was using before, so I am getting a sandboxing error. It means they are using sandboxing. So where's the here? Okay, so basically the document is sandbox. Okay, so now the question is how to detect sandbox. Okay, so I have already like determined they are using sandboxing in here app.clickup embed html.com, but how I got to know? So let me show you. So basically, the console.log was working, and I try to like console cookies, okay, and let's see if we are getting something or not. So let us refresh once more. So I think as a result, I was getting null cookies. So let's see if I'm getting again. So as you can see, I'm getting null. As you can here see the blank space, okay. So I'm getting null. So to detect the actual root cause, I am printing document.domain here. So that was the thing I was actually telling you in starting of the session, like try to use document.domain instead of alert one simply. Okay, because document.domain will give you the scope actually, the place where actually the payload is running. So let us see now. So I think it is clear to you now. The main target is app.clickup.com, but here the domain is returned as this. It means it is sandbox. Okay, so but still I was able to bypass this restriction because at that time, let me explain you in brief. So actually they are using this token, okay, which was basically a JWT, user authentication token or authorization token, and it was already HTTP only set to true. It means if I able to try to hijack this cookie, I will not be successful because this is already enabled, and the HTTP hijacking is it means not possible for this token. But when I tried to search local storage, the token was present in the token parameter. Let me see if it is there or not. Yeah, it is still there. So actually they were using same token in here. So so let me show you. So using local storage, I can hijack this token. Okay, and I reported the issue to the company and they fixed the issue now, but I will show you the POC actually. So it means still in sandbox restriction I was still able to bypass, I still able to hijack the token and still able to perform account takeover for the victim side. Okay, so let me show you the proof of concept now how I was able to, because now they have fixed the issue. Now if I try to hijack this local storage, I will get null because they know already and they have fixed it. Okay. Okay, so by mistake I have named it as remote code execution, but it is not remote code execution. So it is basically account takeover via cross-site scripting attack. So basically here you can see the embed feature which I have already shown you. Okay, so basically uh, I observed with some multiple payloads here like alert, prompt, print. Okay, basically the visualizing payloads are uh, blocking, okay, are blocked by the sandbox, but the other payloads like eval function, okay, console.log, document.write, document.location, fetch functions are not blocked, like they have not completely enabled sandbox, okay, not completely implemented the sandbox in a proper way. So I have taken benefit of that mistake. So here is the firstly I have checked it, okay, firstly I was checking, okay, what the things are working, what things are working. So below you can see the document dot cookie was. So basically, I was checking the working of different payloads for now. Okay, so this is not the complete POC. I will continue. Okay, so basically the document dot cookie was working, but still the cookie was not returning the token which I needed. Basically, the token was already secured with HTTP parameter enabled. Okay, so at that time I was able to like hijack cookies session. Okay, but I got a low severity report for that thing. Okay, so that's the issue. Okay, so now let's come to the part where I actually bypass the sandbox with the payloads. I got to know which can work in this case as well. Okay, so as you can see the uh, error here for alert function, as we are getting the same error here when I try to alert something. document is sandbox. Okay, so because finally I figured out the reason the payload are not working due to sandboxing or malicious function, and I already shown you the sandbox domain using document.domain. So let's move further. Okay, so these were same for alert, confirm, prompt. Okay, sometimes people give a tip like if alert is not working, then try confirm, prompt, or print. But in this case, all are blocked. Okay, so now here I come to the embed feature. Okay, and it was using some Angular framework. Okay, so what I have written here actually, the XSS is not just alert, confirm, prompt, etc. We should be able to access DOM elements, and it can also be checked by printing outbreak console.log DOM element. And I try to access document.location, document.cookie, local storage. Okay, because I'm just try to explain here, like people just uh, like give up if alert, confirm, and prompt is not working. They like give up and don't go further. But this is not the actual XSS thing. The actual XSS thing begins with other DOM elements. Okay, okay. So basically, I tried other function like eval, set, timeout, console.log, document.cookie. They are working. Like they are not blocked by sandbox. Only the alerting kind of functions are blocked. Okay. So this was the like payloads I already shown in previous POC. So now what I have done actually here. Okay. So basically, I tried for document.cookie and it was returning the token. Okay. So basically, I hide because of the token thing. Yeah. Now attacker can easily access the DOM using payloads like this. So I already told you like how to make that kind of payload. Okay. In the account takeover parts, you already know what this does, what this payload does. You can try with fetch as well. Okay, so basically this was the payload, and at that time it was again HTTP only set to true. Again I am telling here, so I can't hijack it, but the same token was leaking in the local storage. So here is the local storage part. Okay, so I just hijack the token and send to my bug collaborator and can perform a count takeover, because I can send this payload to victim as well. Okay, so in this website there is a feature of adding users in user management, so I can send same embed link to other user as well, and I can perform a count takeover, and I even perform a count takeover with another accounts. Then I reported the issue. Okay, so even I have explained how can you use the token. The AWT can be used in authorization bearer header. Okay, in different cases you there may be different case. Okay, so so this was the thing for sandbox bypass. Okay, so hope you understand. Now let's come to the part where I still bypass the company fix. Actually, when I reported this high severity issue, company rewarded me already for the high issue, and they fixed the issue. Like I was not able to hijack local storage now, neither the cookie, because this is sandbox already. Okay, so I already showed you. Okay, so actually how I am saying like the sandbox is not containing cookies. So I already shown you here, as you can see. Okay, in application you can go to cookies, and I already shown you here is the sandbox domain, and if you go there the cookies are null. Okay, so I think you understand now. Okay, so I bypass the restriction by the open redirect payload, because at that time I was able to perform account takeover, but the company has fixed the account takeover now, but still we have to find some other ways to perform some different attacks with the same limits and same limitations. Okay, so what I figured out, actually I figured out two things now. Okay, so don't worry, other attacks like open redirection, content manipulation, keystrokes attack, I will cover in upcoming session. Okay, where I will cover different things other than account takeover that can be performed via cross-site scripting. Okay, but still you can see the POC, I think you will understand, not an issue. So basically still company has fixed the issue, but still I was able to perform open redirect. Okay, like I can redirect users to other website as well. The payload is very simple. document.location equal to some target. Okay, in the payload you can inject this, and simply if some user visit here, okay, so it will redirect to other target. So the payload is very simple. Okay, so now let me show you the keystroking attack, which is one of the interesting attack. Okay, now in same limitation I was able to perform another attack. One was open redirect and another one is this key hijacking. Okay, so let's see. So the payload for key hijacking looks like this, as it is shown to you. So basically there is on key press listener. Okay, on key press function. Okay, so whenever user types some key, so it functions triggers. Okay, and the function runs and provides some output. Okay, so I just embed here and see the keys I am tapping can be consoled. Okay, so similarly these can be sent to attacker target as well. Okay, so basically this is how an attacker can logs out victim keys. Okay, as you can see here. So don't worry, I will cover all the things in upcoming session, where I will cover open redirect, keystroke and content manipulation attack, which are other than account takeover attack. But still I want to show I want to complete the sandbox bypass and the bypass of company fix. Okay, so hope you understand the thing. So like if company fix some issue, there are still chances you can still able to escalate some issue as well. Hello everyone. So now let's see different attacks. Now let's see different attacks that are possible with cross-site scripting. So different attacks possible if no account takeover is possible. Okay. If I remind you the conditions for account takeover, so for account takeover you should have a HTTP only disabled for sensitive session token. Okay, sensitive session token. But if this condition is not met, or if you are not able to perform any account takeover, then you need to find some different ways to provide some impact to the company. Okay, then what are the different things that you can do? So you can do open redirection. Okay, you can do keylogger attack. So in open redirection, you all know the target is redirected to evil.com or attacker target. Okay, there then you can provide an impact, like victim can be social engineer and their credentials can be taken over. Okay, similarly for keylogger attack, the victim keystrokes. Okay, so the victim keystrokes are logged on attacker server or attacker target. Okay, on attacker server. So basically any details like credit card details, username, password, email, or any other sensitive data the victim is typing is logged into attacker server. We will see it live as well. And the third one is content manipulation. Okay, so content manipulation means like you are try to deface the website with some other content. Okay, so you still have power of some other attacks other than account takeover. Okay, if still account takeover is not possible. Okay, so let's see open redirection payload first. Okay, so open redirection is very easy to perform. If you already know how to perform account takeover, then open redirection is just a piece of cake. Okay, okay, so this is basically the HTML code I am using from starting of the course, from starting with basic JavaScript. Okay, to understand some basic things in reflected XSS as well. So I am still using this code to explain you the open redirection. Okay, so the open redirection is easy to perform. You can use document.location. So as you all know, document.location redirects you to other website or other here. uh, you can say the evil.com. Okay, so this is the very basic payload, this simple payload. Okay, so now how to perform this? So let's see in the lab. So as you all know, I'm using test parameter here, so it is reflecting. So now try to inject image payload. So now as a open redirect, you need to modify to document.location equal to like evil.com. Okay, so this way open redirection works. So I hope you understand. Okay, so I will also show it on real target as well. Okay, but let me explain the step-by-step attacks first. Okay, so hope you understand the open redirection. So now let's see keylogger attack. Keylogger attack, also known as key hijacking attack. Basically, now you are able to log some victim keystrokes. Okay, so the payload, basic payload looks like this on key press. Okay, function. So basically here is the event for the keystroking, is the event for keystroking, and on key press is triggered when some key is stroked. Okay, so firstly I will console the key. Okay, firstly console logs key. Like firstly we will see in console, then we will see how we can send it to attacker target as well. Okay, so it is a very basic payload, so you can copy payload. Okay, so let me remove spaces here. Okay, but no issue, it will be URL encoded in the URL itself. Okay, so now let's move to the lab again. Here is the test parameter, as you know. So now let's try to embed. Now instead of alert, we will give the payload directly here. Okay, now let's see if it is working or not. Okay, now if I like type any key, suppose I am typing admin, so here you can see the series in below admin. If I type admin @12345 kind of thing, okay, so you can see it is logging in the console tab. Okay, now if you send a payload to attacker, now sending to attacker server, you need to modify the payload little bit. Okay, the main payload will be same, but only the function output part will be changed. Now I have to send the output to some, you can say, any attacker target. So now what you have to do? Okay, so now here is the little issue. If I use document dot write document dot location payload, so it will send only one keystroke to the attacker. After then it will redirect to the target one, and I will not be able to hijack other keystrokes of the victim. So now you need to use fetch one. Use fetch one. Okay, so let's build a fetch payload for it. So for building fetch payload, you need to give the attacker target. Okay, so let us make a payload and clearing all interaction or previous interactions. Here I'm giving the attacker target. Now what you have to do actually, so giving a parameter of keystroke, keystroke. Okay, now I am adding with the value of keystroke. So what should be the value? So the value should be document out on key press. Okay, on key press. And now here you have to observe one thing. So the value should be document dot on key press dot something, like what should be it. So let let us see how to check it. Okay, so I think it was a basic payload. If you see, document dot on key press function provides the output as a object, like it is returning an object, and our key value is basically, if you observe here, is the key. Okay, like it is returning an object. Like in the payload I have provided e function in the e, and e is the object, like object itself. It is having some different meta values also, but the object, uh, like object attribute key having the actual key. So basically I have to type the key here. Okay, so you can like again try out this payload, try this payload. and see it is returning object, then you will easily analyze that what I am telling you. Okay, so now using fetch, so now we will use fetch directly. Okay, so let's see how it's look like. So let's go here and I will just modify this thing. Now it's the actual payload now, which you will use in real life. So let's see. Hope there should not be any error. I think there is some kind of error here. Let's see. Okay, document dot on key press dot key. I think all thing seems to be okay. Let's see if we are getting any interaction. So we are not getting any interaction here. Still there is some error. Okay, so let's figure out. Okay, so I just like observed again we are getting error because, and it is due to the +1, the plus symbol. Okay, previously in account takeover I have already told you you have to encode it, and okay, so the URL encoding for plus is 2b. Now let's try again. Okay, so let's see if we are getting any error or not. Okay, so we are again getting error here, some kind of like cannot read properties of reading key. Okay, so I just figure out I have built some kind of wrong payload here. Actually, the key of key attribute is related to e object, not document dot on key press, because it's a function. Okay, so it's a wrong payload actually. It's kind of wrong payload here. Okay, so actually the payload should be document dot on key press. Okay, so I just figure out the thing. So here you have to make the fetch function actually. Now here you have to make the same thing. You can copy. Okay, now the e object we are getting has an attribute key actually. So e is the object actually. So I just figure out something wrong before. I just done something wrong, and again you have to do it %2 b in this case of URL thing. Okay, so I am already doing this. Okay, I think now the payload is all right. So it's the actual payload now. So sometimes we do mistakes, okay, but we learn from mistakes definitely. So now just modifying the payload now. Let's see if we don't have a mistake. Okay, so document or don't key press is not a function. I think there is again some error. Okay, again actually it's not a function, actually it's a home element. So I have to update it. Hmm, let's try now. Yeah, I think now it's working. Okay, every time now I am pressing a key. Okay, so what was the mistake actually? So we have to like provide function in equal to on key press function, like when this function trigger then this function should run. Okay, so that was the little mistake I was doing. Okay, and keeping one thing in mind, I am getting error with the +1, so I am already updated it to %2b character. Okay, so now let's move to the full and here you can see I am getting keystrokes. Okay, so let me make the payload more visible. So here I am typing equal double times. Now let's, so I am typing admin. Okay, so as you can see some calls are triggered below. Now let's poll. Okay, so I'm getting some output there. Okay, so as you can see I'm getting output admin. Okay, as you can see A D M I N. admin. So this way, in real life, attacker can hijack victim keystrokes. Okay, and hopefully you got the thing, the mistakes we can make with payloads as well. So we still make mistakes and we have to learn from mistakes. Okay, so this is the actual payload here. Okay, and the third one, actually the content manipulation part, is very easy to understand. Actually, if you observe the code, I am doing the content manipulation already, and it is very easy to do. And how you can do, you just have to figure out some ID. Okay, and using the ID you can directly change the inner HTML of the element. Okay, by getting the object. Okay, so you can get the object by this way, and you can then modify the inner HTML of the object this way. Okay, so I'm already doing this, so I am not showing the third one, the content manipulation part, basically manipulation thing. Okay, so it looks very similar. Okay, the payloads very much looks like this. Okay, so this one was important thing, and that one was interesting thing. Okay, so this was the actual POC I have made for the keystroking attack. I have already shown to you, so I hope you understand. Okay, and I already shown how you can send it to victim, or sorry, attacker target. So hope you understand that one also. Okay, so thank you. We will see all the attacks on, like I will show demonstration, live demonstration on live target also. Okay, so you will understand in more good way. So let's see. So let's now see demonstration on live target. So this was the target I used in deflected XSS. Okay, so uh, obviously no account takeover is possible in this case, because again, in this URL, this is the error for the login page. Okay, so basically, if someone is not logged into the target, then it, like, account takeover not gonna work. We have to try for another tags. What are other tags? Open interaction, content manipulation, key lower attack. Okay, so let's see for open interaction first. Okay, so you can also use script tag directly, like document.location equals some target, like ping.com. Okay, so this is the open interaction. Now let's see keylogger attack. Okay, so the complex payload in image tag I have already shown. Let's see a little simple payload. So in between we have to give the full functions I have already made in the code. So you can just directly use this. Let's see if it's working or not. Let's see if any error persists. You can open console every time if you find any kind of error. Let's see if it is working or not. Okay, so I'm getting error below, but still I am able to fetch here. So let's poll now. Okay, so I am getting interaction, you can see. So if I open an interaction, as you can see, I'm getting keystrokes here. So basically I haven't put the equal sign for better output, so you can put equal. So I am putting double equal. Now let's again reload the target. Now I am typing my name, ANURAG. Okay, so as you can see, I just type my name in the input here, but because of the payload in URL, my keystrokes just got logged in attacker target. Suppose I am also typing password, admin the rate 123. Suppose as a victim I am typing password in the real website itself, but still let's see what can attacker can do at this stage. Okay, so let's poll now. So at very end, as you can see, admin at the rate 123 is the password, and my name. Okay, so you can see the impact here. Okay, so it's like a very decent impact. So other thing you can do, content manipulation with the target, I already told you. Okay, so now let me show you content manipulation attack. How can you change the content of website, or if you deeply do this attack, you can fully deface the website. Okay, you can fully deface the website. So let's enter simple payload again. Okay, so again you need to open your like inspect element, like I am targeting body here. Like firstly you need to find any ID or class. So let me grab class. Okay, so document dot get elements by class name. Okay, to figure out proper spelling you can copy this also. Okay, so you can even copy this. Okay, you may face any kind of spelling mistake. Okay, so I am targeting body here and the class is login. Okay, now I am targeting the first element, that's why it returns array actually. So I am targeting first element, so that's why I'm writing 0 index style dot background color. Okay, now I'm targeting to red. So let's see. So as you can see, it turns to red. So it means like you can change the content of websites this way. Okay, so this is more about HTML and CSS but related to JavaScript. Okay, so these are actually the three impacts you can make for any target. Okay, I hope you understand now. And if you don't find account takeover attack in real way or any possible way, or account takeover is not possible due to some restrictions or some filtration, you can still try these three attacks: keylogger attack. Okay, the best, one of the best, open redirection attack, and the last one is content manipulation attack. Okay, so at the very best, attacker can change all the content of this website just using a simple link, and because of the JavaScript embedded here. Okay, so I have shown one of the example here on the live target. So hope you understand my point. Okay, thank you so much for watching. Hello everyone. So let's see another interesting part. Okay, which is basically chaining cross-site scripting with other vulnerabilities. Okay, so this is going to be one of the interesting part. Okay, so cross-site scripting is basically just not limited to like simply cross-site scripting. You can chain it with other vulnerability as well. For example, I have covered in this course like chaining XSS with file uploads. Okay, so through file upload you can find different, like through different kind of file upload you can find XSS. Okay, even you can like chain it to account takeover as well. Like you have to analyze the case, you have to analyze the URL where your file is uploaded, you have to check the cookies and all. Okay, another one is like you can find XSS via CV as well. Okay, like I have covered subdomain takeover to cross-site scripting. Another one is like chaining cross-site scripting with IDOR vulnerability. Okay, so this is going to be one of the interesting part. Okay, so we will first start with chaining cross-site scripting with file uploads. Okay, so cross-site scripting plus file upload basically. Okay, so here is the case where you like find a file upload feature in any website, and now one thing potentially users like check like there are some other vulnerabilities you can check via file upload like LFI, SSRF, even remote code execution. But on client side basis, as we are covering cross-site scripting in this course, so you can like chain file upload to cross-site scripting as well. Okay, so file such as SVG file. Okay, or you can say PDF file. So there may be more kind of files. If you are able to upload with the cross-site scripting payload, then there is a potential of executing cross-site scripting payload using file upload. Okay, so let me show you one of the case first. Okay, so this was basically a CSV file upload to cross-site scripting. Okay, so this website having a feature of uploading CSV file. Let me show you. Okay, so here you can see we can upload CSV file. Okay, so after some analysis I was able to find that like the file having column and row parameter, as you can see, column parameters like problem title, code snippet, correct answer, difficulty, skill, topic, answer option and all. But here is the part where you can upload code snippet in this code snippet column. Okay, so let me show you. So like firstly I checked with some simple HTML tags whether like some HTML tags are enabled or not, or HTML injection is enabled or not. Then you can proceed to cross-site scripting as well. Okay, so I suggest you for cross-site scripting, firstly try for HTML injection. Okay, because if you are still not able to find cross-site scripting, then still you will find HTML injection. Okay, so here in the code snippet column, as you can see here, so I uploaded some anchor tag and here some default HTML. Okay, so when I uploaded the payload and now I try to access the question. Basically, it parse the CSV file and make MCQ question through it. So as you can see, the HTML is working fine. Okay, so all right, the HTML injection is working here. So even I try to inject the fake login page. Okay, so it was working all good. Okay, so now let me show you how I was able to do cross-site scripting through file upload. So let's see. So here you can see again, here is available code snippet section and we can upload code here. Okay, so file upload feature varies from target to target. Okay, so it doesn't mean like every target treats your payload in the same way as here. So you have to check every time. Okay, so now I uploaded cross-site scripting payload here. Okay, so the file uploaded successfully. I will also show you the impact analysis also, how I is able to like perform account takeover through this on a large scale. So here you can see my stored cross-site scripting payload just runs and I can easily hijack user session and cookies. Okay, again for account takeover you need to check for sensitive token, and for sensitive token you have to check whether the HTTP only parameter is enabled or not. Okay, again the previous thing, do remind all things. Okay, so again the payload was working. Okay, so I also checked with blind XSS payload here. So I will cover blind XSS part also, so don't worry. So basically it's a out of band interaction. If someone like out of target or any local instance interact with this at client side, then I will also able to take over that account also. So you can see the interactions here. Okay, so I will able to hijack cookies through blind XSS as well. Okay, so still it's an example of stored XSS, but the blind one was also working. Okay, so I think you understood. Okay, so now let's see the impact analysis. Okay, so impact analysis from CSV file upload to XSS. Okay, so as you can see in the proof of concept, I was able to perform cross-site scripting. Now, what can I do? As you know, if there is an attacker, okay, attacker can upload CSV file, okay, and can create a MCQ sheet. I'm showing analysis for this vulnerability. Okay, now what happens? This MCQ sheet is publicly available to users. Okay, so users are basically students. Okay, even the support team, if they verify my MCQ sheet, then still the payload executes on their side as well. Even I got their IP and their cookies as well in this case. So I am not showing that details because of some privacy policies. Okay, so if any like victim or support, like support means persons from company side. Okay, basically. So if any victim or support interact with my MCQ sheet, the payloads code run there, and I will get the details of their cookies and session to my server. And using the token I'm getting, I can able to perform account takeover. Okay, so basically it's a high issue. So it's from file upload to cross-site scripting. There may be case you are not able to perform count takeover, but still you can perform different attacks as well through file upload. We will see different cases. Okay, so let's see another case. So now let's discuss another case of file upload. Okay, another case. Okay, so here is the case where I was able to upload like PNG file or JPG file. Okay, so what I have done here, I just manipulated content type in the repeater, or repeater, or you can see, or you can say proxy. Okay, so it depends on you. If you want to update changes in Go, then you can do proxy, or you want to update changes as a backup, then you can use repeater. So I just manipulated content type here. Okay, and changing content type leads to XSS. Okay, so basically the content type was text as I think image PNG, and my payload was containing like HTML tags or even the cross-site scripting payload, so it needs to be uh, run in the HTML environment. Okay, so basically, so I just manipulated the content from image PNG to text HTML. So let's see through proof of concept. So as you can see here, there is a file upload feature in the profile itself, and one thing, uh, EXIF metadata was already allowed in this case. Okay, so that's why I can manipulate some things in the EXIF data. So what I have done actually, so let me show you. Okay, so during upload, I captured the file upload request. So I'm uploading the payload. So let's check for the file upload request. Okay, so here is the file upload request. As you can see, the post request of profile upload, and below is the payload. Okay, uh, like in the content below, my payload is already there. Now I will manipulate the content here. Okay, so I have already provided this payload in my reconnaissance GitHub repository. So I will also share link in the description. Okay, in the resources itself. So as you can see, I just manipulated the content here. Again, let me show you. So the default content was image slash PNG, and it is like intentional because the file is PNG category. But let's check for HTML. Now when I uploaded the content, let's see if it is working or not. So I am getting 200 response. So it means the file uploaded successfully. So let's go to the browser, and now let's open image in new tab. Okay, so as you can see, my payload is working. Now you have to check one thing here, because I am will discuss something for this case. Okay, so one thing you should have to check is the scope thing. A lot of you may say like the scope is different. So suppose your main target is target.com, and you uploaded some file. Okay, you manipulated content to some other content, and you are able to do XSS. Okay, now what you have to do, you have to open profile in new tab and check for the scope. Now suppose if the file is uploaded on some other target, some other subdomain of target slash your file payload. Okay, like the file payload, and it got working, then it will be great case, because the uploaded URL is in scope. Okay, but the case I have already shown you, if you see, the file is uploaded in the S3 bucket itself. It means it is uploaded to third party. Okay, if it is uploaded to third party, then the impact will be less, because you will not able to get user sessions or cookies related to target. Okay, so that's the thing you may face and the impact will be low. Otherwise, if you are able to get your file, or if the target is uploading file in there any of subdomains like uploads.target.com, okay, like this one, then the impact will be high. Okay, and there is a chance you may get user sessions through there also. Okay, it depends how they have configured the application. Okay, now as an impact you can perform keylogger attack, content manipulation attack, or open redirection attack, but not account takeover in this case. Okay, so that's the case you have to observe, but still it's a XSS and it's working XSS. Okay, so let me show you one of similar case. Okay, okay, so this is another case for file upload to XSS. So let me show you. So there was a form for, and there was a file upload feature, as you can see. Now what you have to do actually, uh, there are some limitations while file uploading in on lot of targets, that if you upload something or if you upload any file, you will not get the like uploaded link. Like in previous case I can directly open image in new tab, but in this case you are not getting any link because it's a form. Okay, after submitting form you will not get the details of the uploaded URL. Okay, but still there is a way to get the uploaded URL link, that's the response code. Okay, now what you have to do after submitting a form, you have to like check for the response. Okay, now I am uploading the file. Okay, as you can see, here is the post request for file upload, and here is the content. Okay, post request. Okay, here below is the content of my file. Okay, one more thing you can do in this case, you can try to embed blind XSS payload here. I will cover in blind XSS. Like in file uploads, you can like inject blind XSS payload. Still, if the URL is not visible to you or any other victim, still if any other person from the support or the company visits your page, okay, the uploaded file, if the blind XSS payload runs, then you can still hijack their cookies. Okay, so there is that is different thing. Okay, as you can see, I just intercepted the response, and here you can see the attachment URL. If you see closely here, okay, you can see the attachment URL here. Now I just copy the attachment URL from here, and I just open in the URL, and the payload was working, as you can see here. Okay, so this is another way to like get uploaded link. Okay, so this link can be used as a reflected XSS or to do open redirections as a keylogger attack, but not account takeover because it's a third party. You can get same target cookies. Okay, so keep this thing in mind. So let me show you another case where was able to get cross-site scripting through upload PDF. Okay, so I uploaded a PDF with malicious payload. Okay, so I have provided the payloads in the reference section. Okay, so you can get the payload from there. So after PDF upload, the payload was working, as you can see here. And so these are some example of cross-site scripting by file upload. So again, as an impact, so there are some restriction there with PDF. I was not able to hijack cookies, but still I was able to perform open redirection attack, and also you can perform with SVG file also. So as you can see, after opening the link in new tab, I was able to perform open redirection. Okay, so still like you have to check for minimum, like maximum impact you can do. Okay, if you're not able to perform account takeover, not an issue, you can perform other attacks as well. Okay, so these are some example of file uploads to XSS. Okay, so let's see another example. Okay, another case basically. Okay, so let's see the new case. Okay, so how I was able to chain cross-site scripting with IDOR. Okay, so let me explain you the case, and after then I will explain you through the POC. Okay, for an IDOR, you should be able to hijack other user details. Okay, I am explaining in simple way. Okay, using some IDs like user ID, okay, organization ID. or tampering their token. Okay, token. Okay, sometimes tampering token directly leads to account takeover, but sometimes you just get user details. So in this case, through API, okay, so with this type of request like API v1 user with ID, okay, this was the request basically, okay, with some headers, okay, I was able to get user details, okay, with ID. And the problem was here that the ID was actually a hash, basically a token kind of ID, and it was not guessable. In simple target, sometimes ID is guessable. Suppose this is ID for 4334th user, and definitely other user will be this, and serially you can like get user ID. But if target using random hash kind of token, okay, run some random hash string, then you are not able to guess the ID. Okay, so basically that was the problem. And how I got this IDOR, I basically created two accounts, like account 1 and account 2. Okay, so in account 1 I get this endpoint, and from account 2 I just copied user ID, just user ID, not the token itself. Okay, so if token is needed, then it's an intentional behavior, then it's not a bug. But if you are able to get user details through ID itself, then it's an issue. So I get ID from account 2 and replaced here, and I was able to get user details, and the request I used from account 1. It means account 1 is able to get other account details if he gets ID of other account. But the problem was the guessing thing. I was not able to guess the ID. So I should find a way, or like I have to find a way to get this ID. Now how to get ID? So basically I just keep this issue on hold. I hold this issue until unless I find a way to get an ID. So like I already having a IDOR, but still there is some issue with IDOR. I already explained. Now, like after working some time with the target, so I found a cross-site scripting issue, and it's basically a stored cross-site scripting issue, and I was able to find this through file upload. Okay, like file upload to XSS and IDOR itself. Through XSS, again, I was not able to account takeover because the main token was HTTP enabled. So the sensitive token, which is basically a session token, here the HTTP only attribute was enabled, basically toggled on. Again, there was a problem with XSS and was not able to perform account takeover. So, but when I see the cookies, I am getting user ID. So still there was some hope like I can use this ID. So basically I can get ID through cross-site scripting and can use this ID in my IDOR itself. So basically this way I changed both the vulnerabilities and the bug becomes a successful, like decent successful bug with some decent impact. Okay, so now let me show you the POC. I think you understood the case here. Okay, so let's see through the POC itself. Now let me start the video. Okay, here you can see I just uploaded a URL payload basically. So basically it's very similar to file upload cross-site scripting because I am just uploading file through some link. Okay, so it's same to file upload cross-site scripting, and this file is .svg file and it's is containing cross-site scripting payload. So basically document.cookie payload. So it was very simple and you can get through, and you can make from your side and you make it from GitHub XSS cheat list. Okay, so not an issue. So again, so I am showing you the cross-site scripting part. I will also show you IDOR part as well. Okay, so here is the cookies I am getting, but still there was an issue. The cookies can't be used to hijack user accounts because one of the reason from my side is the subdomain itself. As you can see, it is like uh, upload subdomain. Like here, the images are uploaded, and basically the uploaded or storage subdomains do not contain actual user session cookies, but there may be case you may get user session cookies, but still here I am not getting user session cookies, so I will not be able to perform account takeover. But still, as you can see here, I am getting AGS user ID, which is basically that ID I am talking about, random hash. So I can get cookies from here. Okay, now let's come to IDOR part. So this was actually the IDOR endpoint. Okay, I was able to use and can hijack user accounts. So this was basically the IDOR endpoint. Okay, which I further chain with cross-site scripting around. Here you can see I need this ID and I can't guess this ID for other users. Okay, I test with this some other accounts as well, making my own accounts, but still I am not able to get victim accounts. Okay, but I am getting this ID from cross-site scripting. Okay, as you can see here, I am getting user details. Okay, so there were some more endpoints as well in this target, so I can't show you because they're containing more details like phone numbers, their address is on the whole. Okay, but still I'm showing you a example. Okay, so I can get IDs from cross-site scripting and just copy the ID from there and paste here, and we can get other meta details also related to user. So this way you can chain a non-impactful XSS, a non-impactful IDOR with chaining together, getting a more decent bug. Okay, so I think you got my point. So now let's see another case where I was able to get cross-site scripting through unupdated plugins, or you can say the unupdated plugins are vulnerable to common vulnerability exploit. Okay, so XSS via CV, which is nothing but common vulnerability exploit. Okay, so I will show you a case study where actually I do a reconnaissance. Okay, so I do recon through wayback. I do multiple things, but this one is related to wayback itself. So I will cover wayback part also in the reconnaissance part, but still this case is related to wayback, so I have to cover. Okay, so through waybacks you will get like dozens of links, like hundreds, thousands of links. Okay, links. Okay, okay, so after manually analyzing the links, I got to know that one of the link containing like plugin which was vulnerable to CV. Okay, so basically it was a library. Okay, WordPress library, basically WP library, and it was vulnerable to CV, and that CV is vulnerable to not vulnerable, that CV is basically XSS, cross-site scripting. Okay, and that time I performed and I things are gone manually mostly. So I will show you the case. Let me show you. Okay, so basically I found this on one of the subdomain of Ola Caps. So as you can see in the URL, there is a plugin called map view. Okay, but this plugin was outdated that time, and this plugin was vulnerable to cross-site scripting or not, I have to check manually. Okay, so in above tabs you can see I was searching CV that was 2017, basically 2017 CV, some CV of 2017, and this plugin was vulnerable to cross-site scripting. And after some analysis through GitHub and documentation through some blogs, I was able to get the payload, and it was like not complex one. It was just very simple payload. There was a parameter blog as you can see, and it was vulnerable to reflected XSS basically. So as an impact, I can do open redirection. Okay, keylogger attack, even content manipulation attack. Okay, I was not able to like test for account takeover because this target was not containing any user authentication service and all. Okay, so that's why to check for account takeover you have to like there should be a user related services like login, sign up and all services, but still I was able to perform some decent impact here as you can see. Okay, so the working payload I have already covered in the count takeover part and in multiple proof of concepts you already know. So this is one of the example. I think you understood now. So this is basically XSS via CV. Okay, so you can like use tools like Nuclei as well. Okay, they also do automation for you. They find like links, that are vulnerable to some CVE, find links with outdated versions of software, plugins, libraries which are already vulnerable. Okay, so you can take use of them, but at that time I perform it manually. So not an issue. It's your choice. You can perform manually or you can do automation as well. But you should know the reason, and you should able to like make your own payload. Okay. So I think you should understood this. Okay. So let me show you another case study of another category like subdomain takeover. Subdomain takeover to stored cross-hash scripting, and it's one of the like high impact bug I have find till now, and the bug is still in review from company side, and still that's why I not able to like show you actual POC, but I will show you the case study which is very helpful for you. Okay, so the subdomain takeover itself a high issue because you are able to perform a full subdomain takeover of any target. But what if you are able to perform stored cross-site scripting through subdomain? Okay, so let me show you the full case study what I have done actually. So using tool like Subfinder, okay, so I was able to get lot of subdomains related to target. Suppose the target was target.com, considering target. Okay, so I got lot of subdomains. So one of the subdomain was like a normal bucket.target.com. Basically, this was the subdomain they are used for storage purposes. They are using for storage purposes. And the thing I have analyzed in the source code of target.com was they are using CDN service of this subdomain. Using CDN of this service, basically content delivery network of this target, or using it as a like storage services for delivering static codes. And they are using images like in image source itself. They are using target links, okay, in so scripts, in source attribute. They are using code they have already hosted on this target. So basically, they are not using code directly in the target, like target uses client side code, okay. But in this case, they are using link like bucket.target.com slash app.js. So this was the link, and they are using it in the source, okay. But after some analysis, I found that it was AWS S3 bucket, and it was vulnerable to subdomain takeover, and I was successfully able to perform subdomain takeover. Now, in subdomain takeover of S3 bucket, you can upload your custom files as well. So I uploaded the same file with the same name app.js, and I just hosted my payload with document.cookie. Okay, but again, the target was not directly accessible uh, with accounts, okay, related to accounts. Still, I can perform account takeover in that case, but I can do open directions. I can do another things with other than account takeover. So I just uploaded the payload, and what happens actually? The target was using my payload now. Every time any victim from anywhere in the world now access target.com will be vulnerable to cross-hash scripting. It means I just applied a stored cross-hash scripting here through subdomain takeover, and it itself a like big issue. Okay, so I want to show you the POC, but still it's in review and it's related to private program, so I am not showing for now, but I have like shown you the complete analysis here. Okay, so let me again explain. Like in the script source, they are using static code from this target, from basically the storage service which was vulnerable to subdomain takeover. I just take over the subdomain and I uploaded my file. Okay, so you can read documentation in related to AWS bucket. How can you upload file in case of S3 bucket if you take over someone account, basically subdomain. Now script will use my source. Okay, now this will be attacker source. Now if anyone access this target, just visit target, then it may be redirect in just a second. Okay, because I have applied open redirection payload. Okay, so in some case, if you are able to find this in some target which have authentication system, you are able to perform account takeover as well. So keep this thing in mind. Okay, I hope you got my point. So this was some case studies of cross-site scripting chaining with other vulnerabilities. So I hope you got my point and you can now think some out of box things as well after looking out these examples. So hopefully you get my point. So thank you so much. So let you see in another part. Okay, so now let's see what self XSS is. Self XSS. So basically self XSS is the case if you find valid XSS like reflected process, not reflected basically. If you find valid stored cross-site scripting or DOM-based cross-site scripting, but you are not able to impact any other user, like you are not able to impact or you are not able to hijack any other victim, or there is no way to send payload to victim, then the payload will definitely run in your own account, and it will be a case of self XSS. Basically, the cross-site scripting is scoped to your own account. You are not able to hijack any other account, or you are not able to make any impact through this. So it will be a case of self XSS. So let me show you one of the POCs, some POCs where I will explain like how it is self, and let's see. So here you can see some of the subdomain, okay, with some input parameters, okay. So a lot of people face this issue, okay. We will also see like is there any way to make this issue a reflected kind of issue or making impactful issue, or there is any way to impact the victim, okay. So here you can see after like some string escaping and balancing, I was able to execute the payload. So let me continue the video. So here you can see I was able to execute cross-site scripting, okay. So it is looking like a reflected one because it is not stored or it is not persistent, but in the URL you can see the payload is not reflecting in any kind of parameter or with any value. So it means when I input the payload, uh, there is no way to like impact any other person, okay. So like payload is just scope to your account. So I think you understood. Okay, so let me show you one of the other examples of one of the bug bounty target, one of the famous bug bounty target. So where I found self XSS. So let me show you one of the other examples where I found self XSS on MathWorks target. Okay, so basically it's called no impact XSS because of no impact to other person, but still it's working in your account. Okay, so company usually mark this as informative until unless you find any way to chain it the issue with any other person. So here is the case. I was able to find cross-site scripting in file name parameter. Okay, but it was reflecting in my account. Okay, and there is no way to send this payload to some other person. Or one hint, some application uses like user management system. If you find this in your account, so there may be way you can invite other users to your dashboard and the same payload will reflect in their accounts. But in the targets like this, you have no way to use this as a remarkable payload to for other victims. Okay, so I have shown you two cases of self XSS. So here you can see in the image name parameter I have injected the payload. Okay, so when I delete the file, so the payload was working here. So that's how it was working, and it was looking like a stored XSS kind of issue. Okay, but still it's a self XSS issue because it is running in my account. So now the question is like, can we make it a like impactful XSS or not? Like, is there any way to make this as basically if there is stored or DOM, basically self access is either stored, DOM, or either reflected, but in your account, but in your account only. Okay, like sometimes it just only reflects without any URL parameter. Okay, so it is still the case of self accesses. So yes, there is a way, or there is a check basically. Not every time self accesses can be chained to some valid accesses. Okay, so basically I can say a valid accesses. Now it can be chained to reflected one only, not stored, not DOM. Okay, so either self itself will be reflected, stored, or DOM, but after making an impactful accesses, it can be made to reflected only. And there is a way if we chain it to CSRF, cross-site request forgery. Okay, but for CSRF, you have to look for CORS policy. Like if you find self accesses on any page, like I have shown you example here. Okay, one of the example here, let me show you again. Okay, as you can see here, I was able to execute the payload. So is there any way to make it a reflected for other victim, because it's a cell for now? So yes, you can chain it with CSRF, and you all know about CSRF. Like you have to convert uh, the request to an HTML page. Okay, so the way to do this is go to burp suite. Okay, in proxy, capture the request. Okay, capture the request and go to now engagement tools. Engagement tools to generate CSRF POC. Okay, now I cannot guarantee it will work because you have to check certain things here. Like I have mentioned here, CORS things. It will only work in the case of CORS if any origin is allowed. Okay, so like you have to check for CORS policy before. Okay, if any domain is allowed, because attacker payload will be like uh, either a file or either a payload hosted on one of your target. Okay, so it will be a third party for that target in respect to that target. So this payload will only work if the CORS policy allows every subdomain, sorry, every domain, okay, out of main target. Okay, so I am showing a screenshot of an example of CORS, how a CORS you have to check for. Okay, so you should have to check for this one if any origin is allowed, like the same site. Or and secondly, like there are a lot of conditions for this. If you satisfy that one, then a CORS self XSS can be converted to reflected one. Okay, for CORS it should be all origin allowed, basically a wildcard basically. Sometime null also works, but I am giving an example. Okay, so all should be allowed, basically a wildcard case. And same site policy, basically same site policy should be, should not be lax or strict. Okay, so basically there should be no restrictions on same site policy as well. It should be known. Like if company has this misconfiguration, even with self XSS, you can make it to valid reflected XSS. Okay, so hope you understand my point. Okay, now another question with self XSS. Okay, so till here you can make the impact as open redirection, keylogger attack, and content manipulation. Okay, but the question is, can you made it to account takeover? Can you perform account takeover? So the answer is yes, if all the conditions are satisfied. Now, when your payload works, actually attacker will be the victim actually. The victim will be now actually the victim will be redirected to the target, and if the target containing cookies, then you can hijack the cookies then. Okay, so even you can perform account takeover as well. If not the cookies, you can check for local storage as well, the things I have already covered. Okay, So you can check for this and you can forge a payload, chaining cookies, sorry, basically hijacking cookies and local storage, and you can make to account takeover. Basically self to reflected. If all the condition are satisfied, then reflected to you can perform account takeover. If account takeover is not possible in that case, but still you can make another impact like open redirection and all. Okay, so this is the case of self XSS. Okay, so this is like one of the rare thing you can check, still in the limited conditions, very limited conditions. Okay, still there is a hope. So I am showing you all the hopes you can check for. So basically self XSS you have to check for CSRF, and to perform CSRF you have to check for CORS policy basically, because CORS policy restricts the things which can be done in CSRF, cross-site request forgery. Also the same site policy things, it should be known, not lax or strict. Okay, so that thing you should have to keep in your mind. Okay, so I hope you understand the self XSS thing. Now let's see you in recon part, where we'll see the reconnaissance for XSS. We will see various tools for gathering some information and doing some automation. Okay, and see you there. So now let's see reconnaissance part for cross-site scripting. So basically I will be using some tools like Wayback URLs, Go, Param, Spider, Arjun. Okay, so let's see, firstly go for Wayback URLs. Okay, so basically Waybacks and get all URLs tools used to get archived URLs for any target. For example, I am using for vulweb.com, which is basically a lab kind of thing. Okay, so basically installation for these tools I will provide in the text file with the reference. Okay, so you will not face any kind of installation. Okay, so let's see. So basically it will return all archived URLs. Okay, so basically for XSS we have to target the parameterized request. Okay, so firstly let's see the result for webback URLs. Okay, so this way you get result for webback URLs, as you can see, but there are a lot of requests that may or may not have parameters, so we have to filter out this request. Okay, so let me show you through Go also, so you can use Go as well. Let's see. Okay, so I will be using one more tool like which name is GF. Okay, so basically this tool is used for finding patterns for different vulnerabilities, so I will show. So let's first see the output with Go as well. So it will take some time and then after it will throw the output. Okay, so as you can see we are getting output here. So I am stopping the tool now. Okay, so this is another tool which is GF tool. Okay, so basically GF tool contains some patterns, so let me list the patterns. Okay, so it contains pattern related to vulnerability like this, so XSS is one of them, so you can use along with wayback URLs. So you can pipe the tool with the GF. Okay, so you can save the results in the file itself. Okay, suppose I am saving wayback test.txt. So let's see. So basically it filter out the URLs which are having some patterns with cross-site scripting. Okay, so you have now both way, like we have now parameterized requests. As you know, reflected XSS needs some parameters. Okay, you can check manual on this request. Okay, you can go for manually, but we will see some automation ways. Okay, so manual you all know how to check, and similarly you can check with Go as well. Okay, the command will be same like test php dot vulnweb vulnweb.com, then you have to provide GF tool. Okay, and similarly you can save the outputs. Okay, so I am not running Go for now because it is very similar to wayback URLs. Now to use the results for as a input for the tool like Delphox, you need to like filter out some more result and make it ready for Delphox. Okay, so we will fed the result to Delphox. Okay, so now what you need to do, so way back, and you have to apply this filter. Okay, so basically SAT filter. Okay, basically it will filter out the request, okay, according to the regular expression I have given here. Okay, so let's name as .txt. And okay, so here you can see we get the results with ready to go as an input for the tool Delphox. Okay, so now we are using Delphox, and here you need to give the file and your blind XSS payload. Basically your blind XSS hunter subdomain link and simple pipe command. Now it will run with this payload. Okay, so basically where you can find this, so let me show. So you can find your blind XSS subdomain here. Okay, you can like register on bxsshunter.com. Okay, so I will cover this in blind hunter session also, but here we are needing this, so that's why I'm using. Okay, so step by step it scan this. If any URL is vulnerable to XSS, then you will get a pop-up or you can say notification on the blind XSS hunter itself. Okay, so I'm stopping here for now. Okay, so it will take some time. Now another tool to get parameterized request. Okay, one we have covered way back, or okay, go and with gf patterns. Okay, and I am feeding the input as a uh, file to the Delphox. Now you can do what, you can go to param spider. Okay, so param spider is another way of getting parameters, okay, for any target. So let's run the tool. Now here you have to give the URL or basically the domain. So let me give. Okay, so let's see the output. Okay, for domain you need to give -d, not u. Okay, so param spider what does, what it finds parameters with the request. Okay, the parameters related to request, because there may be possibilities of finding reflected accesses with that parameter. So we are interested in the parameter itself. So similar steps you can do with param spider. You can apply gf filter. Okay, again, so here you can see the results. Okay, so I think there is no need to apply gf filter here because we are already getting parameterized result. What you can do, again, you can perform the same thing with the Delphox. Okay, you can use this output as an input for the Delphox. Okay, so there is another tool called Arjun. Okay, so there is another called, its name is Arjun. So basically what Arjun does, it tries to brute force the parameter. Okay, some parameters are not visible directly through wayback URL through param spider, but Arjun does something more. It try to brute force the parameter. So there may be some hidden parameters. Okay, so let's check out how to check. Suppose I'm giving the same target. Okay, so basically it brute force the parameters for us. Okay, and now for the parameter value you can try for reflected accesses. Okay, further for reflected accesses I have already covered the session in the starting. Okay, in the types of accesses, so you can try for everything I have told to you. So these are some common things you can do with XSS. Okay, so there may be more things you can do. You can write your own bash script, Python script, and do automations. Okay, so basically it will take some time because there can be, because it find valid parameters that are hidden using brute forcing. Okay, so let's wait if it finds some parameters. So there are some more options, like you can do passive scanning type. Okay, you can do passively also. and you can save output to text file as well using output attribute. But still we are just looking for the simple working of tool. So let's see if we are get any result. Okay, so these tool collectively can give you some better results, and you can like get more often reflected XSS at in just some minutes. Okay, so it will take some time, and like it provide you parameters using brute forcing. Okay, so I hope you got the point. Okay, so I am swapping the tool for now. So I think you got like you can get parameter to param spider arjun wayback go, and you can then filter out result with gf. Then you can provide acd filter to filter out result for further tool. Okay, and you need a blind access center domain as well. Okay, so I think you understand. So but I would suggest you to just uh, rely on manual things. Okay, because recon will lot of time give you false positive results. Okay, so that's the thing. So I am swapping the tool for now. And additionally, if you are using nuclei, we modify for now. And additionally, I have like written some useful burp suite extension. Okay, so I have already covered in the types of cross-site scripting part, which are useful burp extensions like reflected parameters. Okay, so additionally, I have also told some of the Chrome extension which are useful for payload making. So I think I have covered that part also. Okay, so we will directly move to blind XSS part now. Okay, so now let's see blind cross-site scripting. Blind cross-site scripting. So basically, what is blind cross-site scripting? The cross-site scripting which is done due to out-of-band interaction. Okay, or which is performed via out-of-band interaction. So basically, it is the scenario where your payloads is injected in the targets from your browser. Suppose here is the BXSS, like blind XSS payload. Okay, attacker injected BXSS payload in the target itself, but it is not running here. Okay, but still the payload is there, like it is stored here, and it is running somewhere else. Okay, in any third party, but the payload is still running on client side. Okay, do remember thing, client side, not the server. People may think it is running on server, so it is not correct. It is still running on client side, but in context to third party or in local instance, or locally, basically local instance. Okay, so local instance of target itself, like they are also running target, the target is also running instances on their local system. So payload may be stored here and also reflecting here, but here is no any prevention or filter, and here the payload is running, and like it is running out of context to this target. Okay, so that's the thing. But the payload has a power, like if it run even at out of context to someone, like out of context to target, like third party or at local instance, the attacker can still get the information. Okay, so it is made in such a way that the out of band interaction occurs. Okay, so if you know about SSRF, so we use collaborator as our payload. Okay, so basically collaborator acts as source of out of band interaction. If your payload runs in context to out of target or in local instance or in local server, then you get the notification of running the payload because the payload containing your link. Okay, so whenever payload runs here, so payload having our custom link. and whenever it is run, or whenever like it got uh, you can say, okay, so whenever payload runs, so it just make interaction with the target. Okay, it just make interaction with attacker target, and attacker gets a notification. Along with notification, attacker can get cookies and other data related to user, like user agent, cookies, and the body itself. Okay, now how to find blind accesses? So there is a way to find blind accesses, like you can make your custom payload using web collaborator. Okay, and uh, another way is to use services like BXSS Hunter. Okay, so you can register here. Even there are other services like XSS.report. Okay, so here payload is already provided by the services. Okay, so you can copy the payload and uh, embed in the targets. Okay, so whenever payload will be triggered, you get a fire notification here. Okay, so that's easy. So you can try it in the area where your payload is not reflecting on your side, but there is a chance it will reflect on company side, like forms, support chat, support tickets. Okay, even in file uploads. Okay, so hope you understand. Okay, so let me show you how interactions basically looks like. Okay, whenever our payload is triggered. Okay, suppose I'm using this payload. Okay, a very simple payload, and I am adding content here. Okay, so when I simply start this, so as you can see, it is running. Okay, if I see the inspect, if I inspect element, then you can see the payload is here. Okay, so definitely our payload has triggered somewhere. Okay, so in real life it will be triggered on company side, but I am showing you locally. And what happens now? It fires. Okay, so as you can see, I'm getting the results here, and you can see the results more by going to the markdown thing. Okay, so here you can see the details. Okay, and even the place where your payload has been triggered. Okay, so I hope you get my point. Okay, so thank you.